Isabel Durant, the Deputy Secretary General of UNCTAD, has said that a successful post-pandemic world must be marked by greater resilience. Honorable Dean of said business school, University of Oxford, United Kingdom, Professor Soumitra Datta sir, revered Professor, Liverpool Business School, United Kingdom, Dr. Rameshwar Dubey sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Patna University, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary sir, respected Pro Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Patna, Dr. Vivekanand Pandey sir, respected Deputy Registrar of Amity University, Patna, Professor Siddharth Shankar sir, respected Deputy Controller of Examination, Amity University, Patna, Dr. Sushil Kumar sir, revered faculty members, esteemed research scholars, and my dear students. A very bright and joyous good morning to all of you. On behalf of Amity University, Patna, I, Dr. Chetna Preeti, would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you in the inaugural program of two-day international conference on contemporary issues in business management and information technology with special theme, resilience, resurgence, and sustainability. The international conference is being hosted by Amity Business School and Amity College of Commerce and Finance with academic partner Liverpool John Moores University, United Kingdom. The morning is bright indeed, as we are overjoyed and awestruck by the presence of galaxy of luminaries as our distinguished guests. Let us join our hands together for a joyous and thunderous applause to welcome them. Amity University, Patna is another landmark university established by the Amity Education Group to revolutionize the Indian higher education sector through the provision of globally benchmarked, research-based, and employment-oriented education. Amity University has over 6,000 research publications, more than 300 ongoing research projects, 500 books in various fields, 1,500 patents, and 1,260 management case studies in areas such as strategic management, marketing, finance, human resource management, and economics. In keeping with the vision of Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, and Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, of creating a research and innovation-driven university, we are hosting this international conference with great pride. Resilience has been described as the capacity for positive outcomes despite challenging or threatening circumstances. COVID-19 problem, as all of us know, has a significant and long-lasting effect on the economies and communities. Extreme setbacks have been brought about in both the global economy and health. The consequences of COVID-19 on the world's health and economy have been exacerbated by several crises that are reshaping the world, including the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, fear of stagflation, and climate change. The confluence of numerous complicated disruptions has come to define modern times, with their myriad causes and enduring impacts. The organizations must move beyond from being reactive to proactive, adopt strategic approach with more futuristic perspective. The leaders and top management of public and private sector organizations needs to develop a resurgence-based policy and build a resilience agenda and approach to sustain themselves. The aim of the conference is to have intellectually stimulating discussions and deliberations of students, academicians, industry professionals, and research scholars. The knowledge-enhancing technical sessions will pave a way for mitigating the problems and devise solutions for local and global challenges. The international conference is an endeavor of Amity University, Patna to create an ecosystem of research and innovation among intellectual minds to drive change for a better future. With these words, I would like to welcome all of you once again to the inaugural session of our international conference. Thank you. In our culture and tradition, we seek divine's blessing to mark the auspicious beginning of any event by the lamp lighting ceremony. Light illuminates our lives and brings positivity to it. May I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor of Patna University, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, sir, respected Pro Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Patna, Dr. Vivekanand Pandey, sir, respected Deputy Registrar of Amity University, Patna, Professor Siddharth Shankar, sir, respected Deputy Controller of Examination of Amity University, Patna, Dr. Sushil Kumar, sir, respected Director of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Dr. Shashi Bhushan, sir, to kindly light the lamp to spread the spirit of research and innovation among everyone.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
I would now request respected Pro Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Patna, Dr. Vivekanand Pandey, sir, for his welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Chetna Preeti. Thank you so very much. And again, I'm seeing that I have got this opportunity to interact with academicians, research scholars, and beloved students. And you know, I really feel very happy whenever I'm given chance to speak to persons from academic world, also from industry sector, because these are the two sectors which are going to create a new world. Let me begin with welcoming you all, giving MIT greetings to all of you present here in this conference. I would like to welcome all of you, all the researchers, all the industry experts, all the academicians in this two-day conference on contemporary issues in business management and information technology with a special theme, resilience, resurgence, and sustainability. Before we begin, I would like to seek blessings of Almighty Thy Lord God, and then our Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, our Senior Vice President, Mr. U. Ramachandran, our President, Mr. Gaurav Gupta ji, who always support, guide, and motivate us to conduct events like this. May I request you all to please give huge round of applause to our seniors. We are very fortunate today because today we have galaxy of great academic personalities with us. We have one of the best academicians, one of the best researchers, one of the best administrator, and moreover, the most humble human being, Dr. Soumitra Datta. He is Dean of Syed Business School, Oxford University, and prior taking this position, he was founding dean of SC Cornell College of Business Administration, and you can understand the kind of personality he is. Today, he has consented and given us his precious time to interact with you all. I would like to request you all to give thumping round of applause to respected sir. Mobeen, if in case we can pin sir on screen. Mobeen, if in case we can pin sir on screen. Mobeen, if in case you can listen to me.
Yes, sir.
If in case you can pin respected sir, Dr. Soumitra Datta.
Yes, sir. He's on the screen, sir.
Okay, okay. If in case he can come single screen.
Right, right, sir.
Please, once again, give huge round of applause to Dr. Soumitra Datta. Dr. Datta, we are really thankful to you. We can understand how busy you are, but you have spared your valuable time gracing this ceremony as chief guest. And we can understand today it is 11:30 in India, but for you it is 6:30, 7 o'clock. I can understand the pain you have taken to grace this ceremony. Thank you so very much. Accept our humble gratitude and indebtedness for your presence. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
My dear friends, one another great person who is former CEO of Niti Aayog and is G20 Sherpa. He was also inclined to join us, but today morning he got one very urgent notice of one important meeting with External Affairs Minister, and at present he is with External Affairs Minister, and he has promised me that if in case he will time 10 minutes time even before 1 o'clock, he'll definitely be joining all of us. He is none other than Mr. Amitabh Kant ji. May I request you all to please give huge round of applause for Amitabh Kant ji also. Another great academician, great researcher, who is also member of MIT family, though he has been serving as professor at Liverpool Business School, also as professor Montpellier University, France, but he is in a manner academician because he is the person who has been continuously guiding all of us in motivating research culture at MIT University, Patna, being the member of Board of Studies, MIT Business School. I am talking about Dr. Rameshwar Dubey. Mobeen, if in case you can pen Dr. Rameshwar Dubey on screen.
I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
while
you.
you are giving huge round of applause, you should please keep in your mind that you are giving applauses for MITian. Please, once again, huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I am also thankful to one of my best friends and the person who has helped me a lot, Dr. Girish Kumar Chaudhary ji. I would like to share with you all how humble and helpful this person is. In 2017, once we started MIT University Patna, in the very first month, supplier has delayed supplies for instruments for lab, equipments for lab, and students have already started their classes. I was thinking that how can I provide lab classes to these students so that they should not miss any of the experiments. And supplier was saying that he will take around 1 month time. I searched IIT, I searched NIT, and I found name of Dr. Girish Kumar Chaudhary ji. Number was also there. Sir, if in case I'm correct, on that very day I called him. He immediately took my call. I said, this is the problem. He said, you should come and discuss with me. I went to his office and he said, I am giving you number of one person. He immediately contacted that person. That person was principal of one of the engineering colleges, and name, if in case I'm correct, is Kumar Surendra ji. He immediately contacted Kumar Surendra ji and told Kumar Surendra ji that Dr. Pandey is one of my best friends and is seeking some help. Immediately you need to help him. I went, met with Kumar Surendra ji, and Kumar Surendra ji immediately conducted workshop for our students. And fortunately, within 15 days, we got all our labs established and our students started learning in their own workshop. But I feel indebted to this person. Without knowing even me, he has immediately helped me. So please join your hands together for Girish Kumar Chaudhary ji, who is Vice Chancellor of Patna University. One another anecdote I would like to share with you all. Dr. Girish Kumar Chaudhary is that kind of person. I can recall one instance. One day I was with Manish Verma ji and CM also in one of the programs of AN Sinha Institute, AN College program. And he was also one of the guests there. He came and sat in the very front row. He did not sit on the stage on dais. And then I was seeing that CM immediately told Manish Kumar Verma ji that you should go and tell Dr. Girish to come and sit on the dais. Such a humble and simple person he is. Please join your hands together and welcome Dr. Girish ji. My dear friends, today world is beset of several crises, be it COVID pandemic, weak recovery from COVID pandemic, danger of stagflation, or Ukraine and Russia war. And all these have been impacting a lot on our society and economy as well. And my dear friends, all these matters have been posing very important question on organizational resilience. And the time has come, once we all, the academicians, the researchers, and the industry experts, we should sit together like we have been doing and discuss all these issues so that we should come out of this situation. Yesterday, I was reading one report of organizational sustainable development goals, and that report gives very data which is very shocking. I would like to share that data with you all. Please allow me. This report says that COVID-19 infected more than 500 million persons and has taken death toll of more than 15 million persons. And it impacted more than 92% of countries. The other figures which this report has been mentioning, that around 150 million children under the age of 5 years suffer stunting. This interest inequalities in education has worsened during the pandemic. 147 million children missed over half of in-person instructions in 2020 and 2021. Situation is even more worsening. More than 4 years of progress against poverty has been erased. Working poverty rate rose for the first time in 2 decades and pushing additional 8 million workers into poverty. This Ukraine and Russia war again derailed everything further. Disaster-related death rose 6-fold, majorly due to COVID pandemic situation. Global economic recovery is hampered by new waves of COVID-19, rising inflation, supply chain disruptions, policy uncertainties, and labor-related problems. Now the time has come, once we, the academicians, industry experts, we should sit together and discuss the solution, the road ahead. I would like to congratulate MIT Business School, MIT College of Commerce and Finance, especially Dr. Chetna Preeti, the head of MIT Business School, and Dr. Ajit Kumar, the head of MIT College of Commerce and Finance, for organizing this conference where all the academicians, industry experts will get opportunity to discuss on all these issues and develop a road ahead. I was reading one report of World Economic Forum. I would like to end the headline of that report here. That report says, this is a working paper published in May 2022. In a world of continuous overlapping disruptions, organizations need to build and manage resilience to ensure a sustainable, inclusive future for all. I once again congratulate all of you, all academicians, industry experts, students, research scholars, all those who have been attending this program. And I would once again like to welcome our esteemed guests who are present with us today in the inaugural ceremony of this conference. And I am hoping that in these 2 days, coming 2 days, we shall be getting opportunity to listen to many of the researchers who will be giving us solution, a roadmap which can take we all ahead for a better economy in future. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, for welcoming the galaxy of luminaries. God has been kind to us. We couldn't have asked for more. So, and sir has rightly spoken about, sustainability report and World Economic Forum report, that the kind of effect pandemic has on every sector of the economy. So this conference has been organized keeping in view that the academicians and research scholars, industry professionals, as well as students should read about it and discuss in detail that what should be done to work for the special theme, that is resilience, resurgence, and sustainability. I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dean of said Business School, University of Oxford, United Kingdom, Dr. Soumitra Datta, sir. We'll first play the video profile of sir.
School and Amity College of Commerce and Finance would like to extend a hearty and warm welcome to Dr. Soumitra Datta sir. Dr. Soumitra Datta sir is currently serving as the Dean of Said Business School at the University of Oxford. He completed his first degree at the Indian Institute of Technology in New Delhi, graduating with a Bachelor of Technology in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science in 1985. He continued his education at Berkeley University of California, gaining an MS in Computer Science in 1987, an MS in Business Administration in 1989, and a PhD in Computer Science in 1990. So far in his career, Sir has taught in numerous prestigious institutions such as Oxford, Berkeley, Cambridge, Brussels, Athens, and Cornell. He has been a member of the board of Sodexo between 2014 and 2020. He is also a member of Dassault Systems Board, which he has been on since 2017. In 2014, he was part of President Obama's White House Roundtable with business school deans on effective workforce policies. He is a member of the Davos Circle, serving as the co-chair of the Global Future Council on Innovative Ecosystems for the World Economic Forum. He has been vice chair and chair of AACSB International between 2016 and 2018. AACSB is the largest accreditation body for business schools globally. He has also been the chair of the board of the Global Business School Network since 2018. In 2018, he was appointed as a member of the Shareholder Council at ZS Consulting.
Sir, we are honored by your presence. Let us hear huge applause for sir. May I now cordially invite respected Professor Soumitra Datta sir for his keynote address.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Chetna Preeti, Dr. Pandey, other distinguished leaders of Amity University, and also distinguished academics and other guests in the audience. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure for me to be invited to join this meeting at Amity University, because I've been part of the Amity family for several years and have seen how the Amity group has really grown through innovations for the last several years. There is also a personal connection that I have because my nephew was a graduate of Amity in Delhi. So there's a connection that I have also in the family to Amity. And, Amity in many ways represents what I think institutions around the world should strive to be like: innovative, agile, dynamic. I think these are attributes that normally we don't associate with educational institutions, which typically tend to be much more, less agile and more bureaucratic sometimes and less prone to change. And in fact, the theme of this conference, which is very much based around resilience, resurgence, sustainability, now require all of us to be more agile, be more forward thinking, and be more open, be more innovative. What I thought I'll do with you, given that we are a group of mainly academics out here, is share with you a little bit of what kind of thoughts and concerns I am having right now as the dean of the Oxford Said Business School, in the hope that some of it might resonate with you. It might give you a perspective on what do leaders of global business schools think about. I'll share with you some insights, some research that I have done about transformation of organizations, especially as we are hit by all these forces of change that is happening around us. And I'll close with a call for leadership that I think is very important for all of us, especially in academia these days. So let me sort of just reflect on the first part, which is what kind of themes I think am I struggling with, am I facing? Do I see my other colleagues who are deans of other business schools facing also in their own roles? And I'm sure probably Dr. Preeti, Dr. Pandey also facing at Amity, and many of you probably feel the same way in their own institutions. As I said earlier, education institutions are not the most dynamic and agile institutions. And historically, many people criticize us for not having adjusted fast enough. Yes, we have survived, we have thrived in many ways, but we often adjust. We haven't changed that much in terms of what we do and how we do it. And usually change happens much more slower than what is required. The pandemic clearly has forced a lot of changes on many educational institutions. And over a span of a little more than 2 years, all of us recall how all our institutions had to dramatically change, the mode of instruction, call into question a lot of standard things that have taken for granted, examinations. Many countries did not, in fact, hold the school living exams. And in India or in France or in the UK, not to have the A levels, in France, not to have the BAC, in India, not to have the higher secondary exams, it was a major, major departure from what had been done for almost, we'd been doing things without thinking. So really what I feel right now is that we've gone through a major disruption. And, when you have a major disruption, the question is, what do you do once the forces of disruption become less, let's say, dramatic, as in the case of pandemic? Clearly, other forces like the Ukraine crisis, like inflation, have come and appeared, but at least the direct force of pandemic has decreased around the world. And what I see happening is in most academic institutions, there's a rush to get back to how things were before the pandemic. In fact, many academic institutions have, forbidden hybrid teaching, forbidden online teaching in the regular programs, and have required all faculty to come back to in-person teaching. And the logic used out there is very sound. The logic is that learning happens best in an in-person environment, and learning is what our goal is for our students. So we should come back to what we have done before, because that's what is best for the students. So there's a logic like that is applied. But really the question which we have to ask is that, are we doing the right thing by this rush towards getting back to where things were before the pandemic? And that's an important question, because the challenge is that if you're trying to create a different future, one that is perhaps more technologically enabled, one that is much more hybrid, one that is perhaps much more different in terms of what we teach and what we research, that requires a change leadership to be part of the agenda of organizations. And I wonder how much appetite is there in educational institutions for that kind of change. Yes, we survived the shock of the pandemic, but are we in fact getting too complacent and slipping back into life as it was before the pandemic? So that's a very important question that I face myself, because at my own university, Oxford, the faculty have voted to have all in-person programs being taught entirely in the classroom, not to be taught in any kind of hybrid mode. And this is all directed towards, I would argue, making the life of the faculty member easier, because many faculty member argue and say that, well, the learning in the classroom in a hybrid mode is not clear. And second, uh, for faculty members to teach hybrid is not easy. I've done it myself, and many of you do it yourself, to manage all the interactions and partly in class, partly online. It's a more complicated process. So it's something that is not easy for faculty members to do. So most faculty members have a tendency to say, let's get back to how life was before. And that was a comfortable life. We knew it, what it looked like. So the first question that I'm facing really is that the best future for my school? Is that the best future for education? And we have to be able to question ourselves on that. I think in the introduction to the mention that I'm also the chair of the Global Business School Network. And about a year and a half ago, the CEO of the network, Mr. Daniel Leclerc, and we wrote a small book based on interviews with different leaders around the world, primary deans, but also business leaders, in which we asked them to imagine what the future would look like. And this was one of the main sort of findings from that book, which we published as a title, with the title The World After COVID-19, that essentially the future is going to be different. If the future is going to be different, then why are we all rushing back to create a scenario of the pre-pandemic world? Why are we rushing back to the future? Okay, so going back to where we were before. So this ability to move forward in a more transformative world, I think, is an important question in our leadership, important question in our organizational DNA. The second point that I want to make is that if we believe education is going to be transformed, so that's a if, but if we believe that, and I certainly believe that education will be transformed, the transformation process before us really is a combination of two forces. One force is the necessity to keep improving what we are doing today and make it better. So what I term as build forward. So you have to build forward from what we have today. So all of us have a physical infrastructure, all of us have programs, primarily in-person programs, all of us have a certain faculty body. So we have to be able to build forwards from there, make it better. So what we have, make it better. Yet at the same time, there's a need to imagine the future. Imagine what it might be. Imagine what education might be in 10 years' time. And to be able to do experiments to create that future. Because no one knows exactly what the future will look like, but you have to try experiments to try and see what could the future possibilities look like, what might they actually have in terms of real implications for us. And that's the reason why you have to create the future backwards. So you have to imagine the future and do experiments to test out those various future hypotheses. So in many ways, the challenge that I face, for example, in my current role, or I'm sure most of my fellow deans also face, or leaders of universities, is how do you combine the two effectively? Building forwards and creating backwards. And for example, when I teach about transformation to organizations, so I teach about this to companies, I consult about this to companies, I always tell executives, well, I'll give you 4 strategies for handling this kind of a disruptive change. And I think those 4 strategies also apply equally well to us in academia. The first strategy is to explore more. I think we have to explore more future scenarios of education. We have to ask ourselves, what can education look like? And education, of course, we know it is changing. It is changing not just in terms of degrees and how degrees are structured, but also in terms of access methods and formats and content and partnerships. There's a lot of things happening, educational possibilities that are changing, and we have to explore them more. How do we respond to the fact that Google and some other companies are now claiming that, just the certificates that they offer is good enough education? How do we respond to the fact that there's a lot of education happening, especially in technical science, technical areas, which in fact are saying practice is more important. I prefer your experience in coding as opposed to actual computer science degrees. So there's a whole need to explore possible different futures, which can be done in a structured way. I don't know how many of you have applied a technique called scenario analysis. But scenario analysis is a very good technique when you have high uncertainty. It's not a technique you use when the future is known and there's a general trend of change happening. But when the future is uncertain, you don't know exactly what's going to happen, the scenario analysis is a very good tool that I encourage everyone to actually apply in the organizations. But exploring the future more in a structured manner, I think is a very important first strategy. The second strategy really is about questioning more. So we all work in our environments and organizations where we have assumptions that we take for granted. The assumptions that are linked to the sector as a whole, like in our sector, in person, same faculty, same students in the same place is what we believe is the best model. And the assumptions might be specific to an institution about how things are done in Amity, how things are done at Oxford, how things are done at MIT. Every institution has its own assumptions. And I think it's important to question some of the assumptions, things that we have taken for granted, because maybe those assumptions are not completely valid today. Maybe the world has changed in a way in which the assumptions itself have got, modified. Maybe the things have changed in which we have to rethink and build in new sort of assumptions in the way we work. And the pandemic actually forced us as a community to question the basic, most fundamental assumption behind education. Same time, same place, all in-person learning. And there are many other assumptions that we have been questioned about assessment, exams. What is the best way of assessing learning? If exams and the school living exams is not the best way to assess learning, not the only way, what are some different ways to do it? So we have to be able to question more. Again, I think questioning is a general attitude, which is very important, but like exploration, it can also be structured into the organization. I don't know how many of you have heard of the technique called red teaming. Red teaming is a technique that is very much used in cybersecurity. It comes from the military. In cybersecurity, as you know, in most organizations who have cybersecurity, teams, they divide the team into two parts. So one team actually builds up the cybersecurity defenses. One team builds up how to protect the organization. And the other team, the red team, works to break that defense down, works to find weaknesses in the arguments, works to actually show how the organization's security can be compromised. So it's questioning constantly what the organization is doing and basically finding faults or finding failure scenarios in what the organization is doing. And that kind of a red teaming approach is something which I think is very useful for all kinds of business planning, all kinds of business processes. So when you actually create a course syllabus, create a program, create some kind of a business plan for your university or school, it's good to have some structured questioning of what you're doing. Are your assumptions correct? What could go wrong? What may actually happen that might make your plans go wrong? So this questioning more is another very important part of what I think we have to do. The third thing that I recommend to organizations is to be positive. And having a positive mindset is very, very important. In academia, we don't think in competitive terms necessarily. In industry, that's very typical to think of competitive terms. And when you think in competitive terms, it's always seen as some kind of a zero-sum game. Okay, you gain some market share and your customer and your competitor loses some market share. You basically steal some market share from your competitor. And in fact, today, if you look at the world around us, the forces of change are exponential. Okay? Technology is changing exponentially. Biology is changing exponentially. As you know, the whole cost of gene editing and other kinds of new processes is decreasing even faster than Moore's law of computation. The whole physical world is changing exponentially as you're finding basically additive manufacturing, 3D manufacturing becoming more and more cheaper and more widespread. So this forces of change, that is the combination of the physical revolution, the biological revolution, the digital revolution, all coming together. You add to it the complexity of the world of geopolitics and other kinds of dimensions. You have so many more new opportunities that are emerging out here in front of us. So we have to always have this attitude of optimism that there are so many new things that can happen in the world around us. And this is true in almost every sector, including our own education. Education, there's so much more demand. There's so many more customers, so many more content, so much more different courses we can offer. And we really, I think the challenge for us is to be creative enough to be able to take advantage of all these opportunities. And the last sort of message I give is to be bold, to have the courage to act, because the biggest sort of fear of change is then organization comes from the leadership. If the leadership doesn't have the courage to take chances, then change will not happen. And you know that when you take chances, when you try and do experiments, some experiments will fail. Not all experiments will succeed. Not all your projects succeed. But creating that culture of experimentation, creating that culture of being able to take risks, of being able to accept failures is very, very important. You know, I joined Oxford only a few months ago, 3 months ago. And one of my first messages to my colleagues at Oxford is that let's be open, let's be bold, let's try and experiment. As you know, Oxford is a 900-year-old institution. And so there's a lot of tradition in the way Oxford does things, because for 900 years it has done things a certain way. And a lot of it is actually very good tradition, but some of it can be questioned. And the fact of the matter is that we have to be bold and courageous in starting new initiatives. And some initiatives may fail, as I said earlier. So I always tell my colleagues that it is okay to fail. Don't worry, I will not actually come and criticize you or hold it against you if you fail. Because what I want much more is that you try something new, experiment. If you don't succeed, that's fine, learn from it and move forward. You know, I always like to show when I teach companies a quote from Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, every year, he writes these letters to shareholders, which has actually become, 26 great letters that people read as a management reading. In 2018, he wrote that as a company scales, so should the size of its failures, which is very important. Basically, he says that if the size of your failures don't increase, then essentially it means you're not taking large enough risks. The risks you're taking are too small, that don't really change the direction of the company. So if you want to change the direction of the company, you have to take big enough risks to be able to make this kind of changes happen. So for this notion of building forwards and creating backwards, I suggest, 4 strategies. So one is explore more. The second is question more. The third one is have a positive mindset of abundance, plenty of opportunities ahead of us. And the fourth one is to be bold and courageous. Now, let me close with some comments about leadership. All of you are leaders in your own way, as academics, as industry, as academic leaders or as teachers. And really, I think now is a time for leadership, because we have a wonderful opportunity ahead of us. Lots of supportive forces for enabling change. And if we miss this opportunity, if we just get back to a comfort zone, I don't think so it'll be a good outcome. And I'll tell you, one of the leadership opportunities that I think about, that I actually question a little bit based on my own career. I've had the good fortune of having my career, in top institutions around the world. Now I'm at Oxford, before I was at Cornell, and they're all great institutions. So very, very good institutions. But if I look at the elite institutions around the world, and this includes Amity in India, in some way, I feel that we have built our model on exclusivity. Okay, I remember very distinctly, in every institution that I've been, we say, well, our applications increased by so much this year. And guess what? We rejected so many more people. And we actually so happy we took the best, this certain number of people. And while exclusivity in some of the activities that we're doing is very important, what we also have to recall is that there's a higher goal that all of us have. And the higher goal is really to help achieve the UN SDG goals. And one of the important UN SDG goals is education for all, quality education for all. Inclusivity is a very important part. Now, there's a basic conflict out there. Most of the top education institutions, we have built a model on exclusivity, yet the demand is for inclusivity. So we have to really rethink what we are doing. and rethinking, I think, in all aspects of operations today in our current university, in our current business schools, rethinking for the future, rethinking for what might happen in the future, rethinking for how we can help actually the UN SDG goals be achieved, I think is very important. And none of this will happen just by, being in an easy mode of getting back to where we were before the pandemic. To make these kind of goals be achieved, to make this kind of change happen, we will have to be bold. The leaders of the institution will have to make bets, will have to make experiments. Some of the experiments will not work, and that's fine. But we'll have to be bold to try to make change happen, because this is an excellent moment for change in education. Change in how we deliver education, change in how we structure education, change in what we teach in education. Many of you are academics and you will be presenting research papers in the conference. For example, there's a huge need to do more research around these issues right now. Sustainability, broadly defined, is a major theme today. Globalization has been a major theme for several years, but it's not going away despite all the current global pressures. And I think we need to basically make our research also much more relevant to these modern themes. So let me sort of conclude by just saying that, thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to share a few words, a few thoughts. What I've done this morning is I have shared with you some of the thoughts that I have, in my own role, that I see some of my colleagues and around the world in leadership roles in academia having. And also, I think, hopefully, encouraging you to think with a higher purpose, think and be bold in action, and also not be afraid to take risks and to experiment. So good luck with the conference. I wish you success, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you so much, sir, for an enriching address. We are elated by your gracious presence in our conference. And thank you so much for appreciating Amity University for its innovative approach. And you have mentioned that the educational institutions, they have to build forward to make it better, whatever they are doing. So they should work upon it and make the entire process better, and they should imagine the future. And you've rightly spoken about the 4 strategies which should be worked upon to understand the innovations and to get over the disruptions which are there. And you mentioned about exploring the future more in a structured manner, question the assumptions, have a positive mindset, and have the courage to change, to act. And leadership have to be bold to make changes happen. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your gracious presence.
Thank you very much, Dr. Preeti, and I wish you all the very best as you have the conference.
It is my privilege to now introduce Dr. Rameshwar Dubey sir, who is Professor, Liverpool Business School, United Kingdom. We'll first share the digital profile of Dr. Dubey.
University, Unity Business School, and Amity College. Amity Business School, College of Commerce and Finance would like to extend a hearty and warm welcome to Dr. Rameshwar Dubey sir. Dr. Rameshwar Dubey sir is currently serving as professor at Liverpool Business School, Liverpool John Moores University, United Kingdom. He has over 15 years of teaching experience, research and administrative experience at major national and international universities, and 5 years experience in reputable manufacturing organizations. He received his doctorate in operations management from NIT Allahabad, in which he focused on the role of soft dimensions in total quality management implementation. He went on to do his postdoctoral fellowship from Southern University of Science and Technology, Shenzhen, China, where he specialized in big data analytics in supply chain management. In the year 2019, he was awarded a title in Brazil for lifetime commitment to advancing scientific knowledge on supply chain management, operations management, information systems, and technology for promoting innovation, enhancing industrial competitiveness, and improving quality of life, both in Brazil and worldwide. At Liverpool Business School, as a research mentor, he mentors young faculty members and several doctoral candidates to help publish their research outputs in leading international journals. He himself has also been the author of numerous research papers published in various reputed journals.
Dr. Rameshwar Dubey sir is also the honorable board member of Board of Studies of Amity Business School. And Sir's University, Liverpool John Moores University, is the academic partner of our international conference. So it is my honor and privilege to very humbly request Dr. Rameshwar Dubey sir to share his valuable thoughts about the conference.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Priti, for a very kind introduction. And I really thank to Professor Pandey for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this conference. And it's really indeed an honor for me, to be a part of such an interesting and such a very important event, especially taking after the post-pandemic. It's quite nice to know that that we have been sharing the dais with one of the most legendary legend, and we have Professor Sumitra. He's being the role model for all of us in the academic world, and it's indeed my privilege that we have a lot of dignitaries over here who have tremendous accomplishments so far. It's a very nice theme actually, and resilience has been a topic of area of research interest for me over the years actually, and I have been researching in this particular dimension, with resilience and agility, for quite some time now. And building upon the discussion which has been proposed by posted by Professor Sumitra, I just want to understand that exactly that how as researchers we can take maximum benefit from this kind of conferences. It's very important that now that India is now playing a very important role, especially, and taking some of the important lead actually post-pandemic era. And of course, national education policy is one of the such reflection, although it was formulated quite way back, a long time back, almost 3 to 4 years back. But it's clearly echo the the vibrant the quality that we have so far. And we know that India has produced a lot of good academicians all across the globe. And it's a time that has come when Indian universities are going to play a very significant role. And in such initiative, research-led teaching is considered to be one of the most important aspects, which I often talk about this, that how research-led teaching can be embedded and can be integrated in our curriculum so that students can actually become more skillful and can also analyze the business problems in a more scientific way rather than in a trial and error fashion. Research cannot be separated from the practice, and that's something we need to understand in depth. Unfortunately, most of the time we have always considered research to be more academic, but to be very precise, let me tell you one thing. The greatest innovations which have taken so far is an outcome of a good intended research actually. Research is the backbone of any developed economy, and we cannot deny that if India has to become a global power, research has to play a very significant role, especially in all dimensions, whether you talk about medicine, whether you talk about business management, whether you talk about social science, any other disciplines, literature, art, every discipline. And without good research, it is not possible. Unfortunately, we have seen that in past, actually, we all have studied and we know that research has never been well integrated with our teaching. If we compare with the elite universities across the globe, when we talk about Harvard, Stanford, MIT, we talk about the British universities like Oxford, Cambridge, London School of Economics, or Imperial, we find that research has been a very important role. In fact, in India, the IITs and Indian Institute of Management were created with that basic purpose. Unfortunately, everything happened, but research has been lost over the way. And somehow, what happened? The students graduating from the schools probably with less exposure towards research. Although the students being a very hardworking and in the world of internet, you are exposed to all perspectives. So it's not big deal that you're not aware of the curriculum which is being taught across the globe. But if you ask, if you ask questions, to what extent the research has been integrated in the main curriculum at undergraduate level or postgraduate level, I think it's a very, very, not up to the mark. And I think this conference is an interesting opportunity which MIT University has taken. And everybody know that it's quite evident that MIT University over the years has grown to an extent that most of the classical universities have failed to reach to that level which MIT University has achieved in last one decade, which is something commendable job, and which is something which we should appreciate. The reason that this university has been able to achieve because of the initiative and some of the innovative initiative has been taken, which has been again pointed out by Professor Soumitra in his speech, which matters a lot actually. I see that what is the outcome of this kind of conference, and I certainly request people that although the presentations that made by the individual as a professor, as a research scholar, as a student, I certainly believe that they should take this research to the next level. How they can take it to the next level? I believe there are three possible research output. Of course, publication is often considered as one of the research outcome, but which is again one of the outcome. Second outcome, to what extent this research undertaken by the faculty and the students are translated for the societal benefit? Can it pass over to the industry? Can it pass over to society? Again, Professor Soumitra has really pointed out something, that sustainable development goal that need to be tackled, need to be addressed. India is facing quite challenges in terms of social inequality, gender inequality. To what extent our research are critically addressing these concerns? Because social inequality and gender inequality still are one of the root cause of the problem. And I still find that when you compare to the Western world, India is still far behind when it comes to these two dimensions. Poverty is another aspect. It's not easy to feel the poverty actually when you are in the metros. But if you still go to the eastern part of the country, especially if you go to eastern UP, Bihar, and other part of the state, you can feel that yes, poverty is one of the main areas that need to be tackled actually. Unemployment problem is rising, especially after the COVID crisis. Many people have lost a job. And one hand, we are talking about a hybrid mode, we are talking about online mode, which has actually caused several challenges for the many people. Because when any IT sector was operating, actually, they used to create a lot of indirect employment opportunities for millions of people. Unfortunately, during the COVID era, these big industries have survived to manage through their online mode. Of course, they are knowledge-based sector. They can actually manage through online mode. But there are other people who are dependent, like vendors, small tea shops, and there are many other small local service providers who are dependent on the mobility of the people. And if the mobility of the people has been reduced significantly, which has impacted several such small scale industry and small medium enterprises, which need to be tackled, in a proper way. So to what extent our curriculum is really inculcating the entrepreneurial abilities, risk-taking abilities, as Professor Soumitra has really pointed out, that unfortunately we don't take much risk, especially in state like Bihar and West Bengal and UP. Unfortunately, we have a lot of talent, but they are all actually dependent on the government to provide a job rather than creating the job for the others. And this mindset has to change. Otherwise, what happens? Our society will actually keep on losing enough talented people. Secondly, we need to have the confidence within ourselves, because most of the time we often blame the system. We expect system to change ourselves, but actually it's not the case. Otherwise, why not we take the lead actually? And I always advise people that in academia or or those who are students or those who are professors, I always suggest them to undertake a good high quality theoretical research, Don't worry about the rejections. If you submit your article to a top reputable journals, it might get rejected. But it's not just because it has got rejected because you are from India or from Bangladesh or from Pakistan. This mindset has to change. This is not true. In fact, our manuscript is not robust enough to meet the requirements of the journals or the competition that we are facing currently at this level. So in fact, sometimes when you submit to a journal, it might get rejected, but remember, it provides you a lot of inputs which can help you to shape your manuscript and can further improve your research work. Because remember, when you submit your article to a top journal, they provide a lot of insight, input, which can help you to understand the main problems in your manuscript, which is sometimes not possible because in India, the friendly review culture is missing in our institution. I request Indian institution to embrace this culture of friendly review so that what happened before the manuscript can be submitted to any journal, they can sort it out some of the fundamental issues that probably leads to the rejection or test rejection. If these things can be sorted out, probably the manuscript can reach the review stage, which is again one of the kind of achievement within the research. So research is something which is very important. Secondly, to what extent research has been applied in the real life, actually, to what extent students are able to solve the the important problems of the society. Are we really sensitive toward the people around us? It's very important thing that we need to tackle it, actually. So as a student, we can actually really talk about entrepreneurial because the institution, the reputation of the institution should be not judged on the basis of how many people have got the job in a reputable companies or organization, but it's important to understand that how many of the students have turned out into a businessman and created a lot of job opportunities. And this is something which is very important for our society to grow and gain momentum in this, because we have to understand India is one of the most populous country. We cannot, no country can provide so much job opportunities to everyone. One need to understand they need to take the responsibility and they need to take the courage to create their own enterprise, own organization, so that it can provide an opportunity for many people who are not blessed like you. So I personally believe that this is a very interesting conference, and I've got nothing much to say after Professor Sumitra, who has already clarified and provided an extensive debate and arguments like what we should do and explain the different strategies. I just only want to encourage that please take this as an opportunity, submit your paper, present your paper, take a lot of inputs on your manuscript and try to move it to the next level. Please submit to at least, ABDC, A category and B category journal, so that, what happened, your research output can be read across the globe. Everybody can read. And at the same time, after your publication, try to build, some kind of business model. Try to, pass it over the benefits of your research to the local enterprise, local concerns and society. I think this is the way we can actually make research more as an integral component of academic system, our education system. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity. I think this is what I wanted to say. Society can only become resilient if each component of our society play their own role, actually, rather than expecting a government or any other big organizations to take the responsibility. It's we create government, not government create an individual. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for for sharing your valuable thoughts. And Sir is himself the host of this international conference. And Sir has rightly emphasized about research, that research is the backbone of academics. And let me inform everyone that Sir, as I've told you, that Sir is the honorable board member of Board of Studies of Amity Business School. So he keeps emphasizing about the value of research in our Board of Studies meeting also. And I'm happy to share that under Sir's guidance, the number of research papers of Amity Business School has increased, and also the publications have been in index journals. So
thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for kind words.
That is the valuable contribution of Dr. Rameshwar Dubey sir in our Board of Studies. And Sir has spoken that research should address the concerns of society like poverty and unemployment. And Sir has spoken that curriculum should include and encourage entrepreneurial activities. So let me inform Sir that Amity University Patna is already including these things in our curriculum. We have e-cell in Amity School of Business, e-cell Udyogan, and Amipreneur Club, which is part of Amity Business School. And we are encouraging such types of activities in those schools. So thank you so much, sir, for your gracious presence. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Honorable Vice Chancellor of Patna University, Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, sir. We'll share the digital profile first.
School and Amity College of Commerce and Finance would like to extend a hearty and warm welcome to Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, sir. Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, sir, is currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Patna University. He has been a part of Patna University since September 2020. After his matriculation in 1975, he completed Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from Patna University in 1985, where he secured the first rank in the whole university. He was awarded Principal's Gold Medal for his services and excellence in various extracurricular activities. During his engineering study, he got the opportunity to work with All India Radio Patna as an engineering assistant. Thereafter, he joined as an assistant engineer in VSNL Arvi after clearing the IES examination 1985 conducted by the Union Public Service Commission. Being interested primarily in academics, he left BSNL and joined Bihar College of Engineering, Patna, as a lecturer of electrical engineering in January 1988. In addition to having a large number of publications in various reputed journals, conferences, and symposiums, he has also supervised many PhD theses and PG dissertations. He is the first person who has acquired a patent in NIT Patna. He is also having the experience of handling externally funded projects as PI and organizing faculty development programs as a coordinator.
I would now very humbly request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Honorable Soumitra Datta sir, Dean Seth School Seth Business School, Oxford University, Professor Rameshwar Dubey ji, Professor Vivekanand Pandey, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University Patna, other distinguished guests, teachers of the university, students, media person, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Pandey, who have invited me to interact with all of management people. He knows me well. I'm not a management people, I'm a technocrat, but he insisted me to join this conference, and I'm here with you. I congratulate the organizers of this conference, who is organizing this conference so very nice way. So thank you very much for inviting me. So when I was a student in engineering college in final year, there was a paper, industrial management. And my teacher was there, Professor S.N. Chakravarti, who had given us some tips of management, and using those tips, today we are managing the things. So here I am Vice Chancellor of Patna University, and using his formula, I am running the university. And that was nothing but well known. You are knowing SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. When you are joining any organization in any position, first of all, you have to analyze these four things. What is the strength of that place, your organization? What are the weaknesses? What is opportunities and what are the threats? And Dr. Vivekanand has said about me how he met me in 2017. He is a good manager. He was having an opportunity of institution, NIT, IIT. When MIT was started, as he told, only buildings were there, teachers were there, classrooms were there, but no laboratories were there. He contacted me. I think at that time I was head of the electrical engineering department. At the same time, laboratories are going on in my college. Then I thought how I help him. I contacted Kumar Surender, as he told, and he has managed all the things for your students perform laboratories. So he was having opportunity at that time. He is a good manager, you can say. So another formula we can say, any organization, any business, any industries, even the human being has a life cycle. If you are starting any business, you are starting from zero and it will grow and go, it will maximum. As when it will go maximum, at that time, you can say aham will come. And you forget about that from where you have started your business, and your business starts going downward and it will come to zero, and not it will stop at zero, again it will go in negative direction. It may go up to maximum negative. जब तक आप संभल पाए तब तक it will go up to maximum negative, and again we have to work hard and it will starts growing and it will come zero, and again from zero to maximum. It means it will move sinusoidally. Either your organization is there, your human life is there, your district is there, a state or country, everywhere, everything moves sinusoidally. Zero, maximum, again zero, maximum negative, again zero. It is called sinusoidal wave. And you are management people, you have to think at what stage you are entering into this management. Where your business is in growing stage, it is going in downward stage, zero stage or going downward stage in negative side, your role starts. कहाँ पर आपका बिजनेस है, किस स्टेज में है, कहाँ पर आप उसमें एंट्री कर रहे हैं, आपको एनालिसिस करना है, और आपकी जितने भी एक्सपर्टीज है, यू हैव टू यूटिलाइज एट दैट पॉइंट, कैसे आपका बिजनेस, आपका इंडस्ट्रीज ग्रो करे. दो चीज है, बिजनेस आप स्टार्ट करते हैं, जीरो से भी स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं. यू कैन से यू आर स्टार्टिंग एट नेगेटिव. जैसे आप बिजनेस स्टार्ट करते हैं, आप लोन लेते हैं, निगेटिव से स्टार्ट करते हैं, मेहनत करते हैं, जीरो जाते हैं, मैक्सिमम आते हैं. तो मैनेजमेंट रोल ऑफ मैनेजमेंट इज वेरी मच इम्पोर्टेंट इन एवरीवेयर, और ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट कोर्स है. जो भी हमारे छात्र हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, इस चीज को समझने चाहिए कि आप एज यू आर एंटरिंग इन एनी बिजनेस, किसी भी कैपेसिटी में, as a owner, as an employee, as a manager, as a CEO, you have to analyze these two things, SWOT analysis and this sinusoidal wave, where your business is, where it is zero, maximum, negative, and then we have to think how to achieve the goal of that business. So these are the tips given by my guru, and using these tips, we are running the university. But you people are very learned people in management. I don't know other things, other techniques of management. So thank you very much for inviting me, particularly Dr. Pandey. And again, I congratulate and my good wishes for successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts and enlightening us. And I would like to add to whatever our Pro Vice Chancellor sir has said, that I have read in newspapers, and I keep reading in newspapers, that from the time sir has joined as Vice Chancellor of Patna University, there has been, several areas which has been improved, including the area of IT. IT division has been added to Patna University. So that is a contribution of sir. And thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation.
If you allow me, I would like to add one more sentence. The prelude work was already done by one great luminary, one great academician, the predecessor of Girish, Dr. Raj Biharan Prasad. Dr. Raj Biharan Prasad has already done the spade work. He has already set that particular scenario which has helped Dr. Girish very much. And Dr. Girish has been taking that forward in a manner that in the coming future, Patna University will regain its glory and will happen in your vice chancellorship.
And sir has spoken about doing SWOT analysis. So that is what we teach to our students also. And SWOT analysis of individual as well as organization should be done to improve individual as well as organization. And as we have seen that sir is himself a very humble person, and sir has also spoken that we should not have pride, but we should retain our humbleness. So thank you so much, sir, for your address. I would like to invite the Assistant Director of Amity College of Commerce and Finance, Dr. Ajit Kumar, to propose vote of thanks. Before that, I would like to add over here that there will be 3 technical sessions today. First one will be of HR, that will be from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. And there will be a parallel session of students in room 101. HR session will be there in the seminar hall. Student session will be there in room 101. And third session will be of marketing. That will be from 4 to 5:30 p.m. And that will also be in the seminar hall. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or and it's my really honor and privilege to have an opportunity to get this vote of thanks on this quality research in the state of Bihar. And in fact, we are, as an MITian, we are really a research-driven university. We are thankful to our keynote speaker, Dr. Soumitra Datta, State Business School, Oxford University, United Kingdom, for accepting our invitation. It was a learning experience to hear some brilliant insights of the business, as well as burning issues related to the educational institution. Sir has rightly said about the bold names as well as innovative. We must be bold as well as innovative in our whole life. That is the learning, basic learning for this particular summit. Now, we are also delighted to for accepting our invitation, Dr. Professor Rameswar Dubey. He is also our academic partner, Professor Liverpool Business School, United Kingdom. Sir, we all would agree with your that research is the backbone of all economy. Research is compulsory in all the areas, and without research, it's not possible to grow in any life. So we must have to integrate the research in all the disciplines. It was an honor to have among us Professor Girish Kumar Chaudhary, sir, Vice Chancellor, Patna University, Patna. The deliberation and discussion carried out by you provided us with a unique opportunity to enhance our intellect and knowledge, sir. We are grateful to Senior Vice President, MIT Education Group, Sri U. Ramachandran, sir, and Vice President, MIT Education Group, Sri Gaurav Gupta, sir, for their constant mentorship. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Now, this sentence is basically dedicated to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Vivekanand, sir. And I say that sir is really a true leader. Besides, sir, it's not possible for us to just conduct this summit. It's not possible. Sir is always stood behind us and always supported us to conduct this summit. On behalf of the organizing committee, I must express that it's our pleasure to host the Galaxy of Intellectual and the participants of Summit 2022. The enthusiasm of the participant has given us a lot of confidence. We have been fortunate to have some of the eminent person from academia and industry. I am sure that the participant will definitely add some valuable inputs through this conference. And at the end, I'd also like to thank Sushil sir, Siddharth sir, and all the faculty members, staff members, and the IT teams. Without their support, it's not possible to conduct such an event. So thank you. Thank you once again, everyone.
लेकिन यहाँ पे आप लोग कुछ बोलिए अभी नहीं।
Hi, Ricky. I think I'm waiting.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. I can see you. And
Good afternoon.
very good afternoon. Before starting the session, sir, I would like to check with the participants whether they are here online or not. If your name, I'm calling the name of the participants who are going to present their paper. If you are here, please write a yes in the chat box so that we can make you the presenter for the paper and you can present your work here in front of sir. So the first name is Vineet Kumar Singh and Dr. Vivek Srivastava. The topic is leadership style and impact on organization. Are you there? Please write a yes in the chat box. Yes, I can see one hand raised. So sir, please be there. Then Shilpa Sharma. Ma'am, if you are there, please raise up your hand or either write a yes in the chat box. Okay, 2 hands are there. Sanaya Khanna, Dr. Sanaya Khanna. If you are there, please let us know. Rajni and Dr. Alka Swami. Please write a yes. Yes, Rajni, I can see your hand raised. Nimisha Verma and Dr. K.R. Jain. Okay, Nimisha, I can see you also. Dr. Kumari Soni and Sahali Adnan. Are you there? Please let us know. Avashit, sorry, I cannot pronounce it well. Avishintika Rai. Are you there? Okay. Jyoti Singh and Dr. Raj Lakshmi Srivastava. Okay, I can see Jyoti Singh also. Your hands are raised. I presume that all of you are here, so we can start this session. Okay, thank you so much. Only 8. There are some other names as well. Pooja Sharma and Priya Bhalla. Are you there? Okay, Priya Bhalla is there. Mahima Kapoor and Dr. Vivekanand Pandey. Mahima Kapoor. Okay, Mahima, I can see you. So now we are going to start this session. And we are making you the panelist. Please wait. Again, a very good afternoon. Sir, sorry for the delay, but these are the technical things that we have to assure before any presentation so that it can be smoothly conducted and there should not be any kind of interruptions in between. So I, Dr. Manisha Srivastava, on behalf of Amity Business School, Amity University, Patna, welcome our guest and session chair, Dr. Ashish Ranjan Sinha, Associate Professor, NIT Patna, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Vivekanand Pandey sir, Assistant Director ABS Dr. Chetna Preeti ma'am, and my esteemed colleagues, participants, and dear students. I take the privilege to introduce our esteemed session chair, Dr. Ashish Ranjan Sinha, who has an illustrious career as an Associate Professor, ex-head Department of HSS, NIT Patna. He is a lifetime member of Indian Economic Association, Indian Political Economy, and Economic Association of Bihar. He is Chief Editor of the International Journal of Economics and Financial Issues and member of various editorial boards. He has taken research projects from ICSSR New Delhi, and currently he is a research guide to 15 research scholars, and 2 research scholars have already been awarded PhD under Sir. Sir, it really feels wonderful to have you with us. I would humbly request you to share your words of wisdom with our participants and encourage them for the session. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manisha, and Amity University, especially Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Vivekanand Pandey, Dr. Chetna Preeti, all members of organizing committee of this international conference for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. A very good afternoon, and I welcome all the speaker, audience, presenter, participants in this technical session on human resource at this international conference on contemporary issue in business management and information technology, CIBMIT 2022. Importance of human resource management can be recognized and understood as HR manager functions are very crucial and important for organizational effectiveness and organizational development. Few important functions are HR planning, recruitment and development, training and development, compensation, etc. During this pandemic period, the role of HR manager has increased manifold. Before starting this session, I would like to say something about this session. There are 10 authors. I think that there are 10 authors, and the time limit for each author, each presenter is 7 minutes, and 2 to 3 minutes will be given for question and answer session. First of all, I like to request Vineet Kumar Singh and Dr. Vivek Srivastava to present their paper on topic leadership styles and its impact on organization, a literature review. Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your encouraging words. And in fact, you have made our work easier by calling the first participant. And we'll take the privilege to call the first participant. And I want to confirm whether all the participants who are going to present their paper, they have got the link and they are now a presenter or not. Please confirm me. Okay, we'll start with the first presentation, and my faculty colleague Roli will take on the dais from here. Roli ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Manisha Srivastava. Regards to all present here. I am Roli Mishra on behalf of Amity School of Business, Amity University, Patna. I take an opportunity to thank our session chair, Dr. Ashish Ranjan sir. And thank you, sir, for your kind presence and encouraging words. Thank you so much. Well, everybody present here, welcome to CIBMIT 2022. Keeping the theme of the event, resilience, resurgence, and sustainability, let's begin the first technical session of the day, that's human resource. Now, every event is governed by rules and regulation. And I'll read out the rules and regulation for all. Please take below the points as guidelines for the presentation. Maximum time limit for the presentation will be 7 minutes. You will be informed after 6 minutes by means of a bell yes, you will be informed after 6 minutes that the presentation time is limited to 1 minute now, and your presentation paper will be marked on 5 criteria that are rationale of study, literature review, research methodology, conclusion and similarity percentage, that is plagiarism. Based on the criteria, the best paper will be decided as the winner. While presentation focus on 4 things, that is rationale of study, objective of study, research methodology, and conclusion. And if there is any question or if any suggestion by the session chair, it will be discussed thereafter. The questions and answers will be entertained only after the presentation. And participants, I request the participants to please be prepared according to the sequence. And only one question will be asked by the session chair, and that is, and now I therefore invite the first presenter, the first author, and the first title of the paper is Leadership Styles and Its Impact on Organization, a Literature Review by Vineet Kumar Singh and Dr. Vivek Srivastava. So please, you can begin your presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Is my voice is audible?
Yes, yes, sir. Your voice is audible.
Okay. So all respected sir and madam, good afternoon. I am Vineet Kumar Singh, research scholar, United University, Prayagraj, UP, and I am pursuing my PhD under the supervision of Dr. Vivek Srivastava sir, Associate Professor, United University. Firstly, I am very much thankful.
Sir, excuse me. Sir, your video is not available. So have you intentionally switched it off?
No.
Yeah, your video is not on, sir. We can see your screen.
Start my video. Okay.
Yes, sir. Now you're visible, sir.
The slides is visible, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, your slide is visible, sir.
Yes. So firstly, I'm very much thankful to the Amity University to giving this opportunity to present and publish our paper in the international conference like this. I'm so enlightened, and it's a great learning platform for me. As with your permission, sir, can I just start my presentation?
Yes, sure, sir.
Yes. So the topic of my research is a leadership style and its impact on the organization. It's a literature review, and the research area is again the human resource. And for me as a pro researcher, the best way to start the research is to start with a literature review, so that I can well verse with the topic and got so much information about my topic through the secondary data. So I just initiated and commenced my research through our literature review on the topic of leadership style and the impact on the organization. As a literature review. So first, I'll start with what is the importance of the leadership in the organization, and from where I got the gap in my research. And there's two data is there. The one of the data which says that the one is data from IIM Trichy that say that only 10% of the employees believe their leaders have a required skill set as a leader. So this survey is conducted across more than 200 institutions, and the result came as a 10%. The employee believe that their leader have the required skill set. Then secondly, data is a global data which said that after spending billions of dollars to create a good leadership in an organization, still only 13% of the organization develop the effective leadership in the organization. And as the leadership is so much imperative for the organization to yield the best result. So these two, after spending of so much money on the training, on the case study, webinar, webcast, still the organizations are finding so much difficulty to find a good leadership, and the execution of the leadership is as well difficult. So when I found the gap, then I initiated my research, and in the introduction, I just mentioned so much explanation has already given regarding the leadership style and the leadership theory, and all are mainly based on the industry department, sub-department, geography, and all are very much relevant because every author has their own perspective through the secondary or primary data to reveal and to detail the leadership style and leadership theory. And one of the factors which influencing the effective leadership is definitely the context, culture, working environment, new law, regulations, information overload, organization complexity. These are the factors definitely affect the organization when it comes to develop a good leadership and effective leadership style. So all the things I put it in my introduction in my literature review. The objective as the globalization has created a robust competition amongst the organization, and every organization know their competition very well, and there the organization play a very vital role to differentiate their company and the brand from the others, so that they can perform to the next level. And in this scenario, the effective leadership play a very vital role, so that any organization can emerge as a winner and yield best result. So the transformations in this business environment is so much robust, and here the effective leadership play a very vital role. So I just took as an objective that how I can define all the leadership theories and the leadership style in a well manner, so that any person can have a deep down regarding these two when they required in person. And the theoretical framework of my literature reviews are based on the two components. The first one is a leadership theory and the second is leadership style. When I downloaded 50 papers, and most of the paper, I found that most of the author either put their views on the literature theory or the leadership style. Very few papers are there who just take this combination and publish the paper on the literature review. In my literature review, I have done one very different thing. I put these two, all the leadership theory and most of the leadership style. Mostly it has been seen that 8 to 10 leadership style is defined by most of the author. But in my literature review, I just defined a 13 leadership style as per my best of my knowledge, because I cannot access the paid version of the paper. So I can only know that much, and as per best of my knowledge, I just put all the leadership style and theory into my literature review. The research methodology, what I adopted as a literature review. So I just downloaded 50 papers. Out of that, I figure out the 20 most contemporary papers on the literature review regarding the leadership style and theory. And I worked and deep down it and find it out what are they say about the leadership theories and leadership style, and all I put it into my literature review. So this is the research methodology what I adopted. And when it comes to the conclusions, leadership, the first and foremost thing for the leadership is any leader, if they cannot put the vision and mission for the company, the purpose would not be suffice, and the employee would not be aligned to the objective of the organization. So putting the mission and vision for the organization, so that the employee or organization emerged as a winner and achieve the common objective, either it's monthly or objective or yearly. That is only possible with when the leaders are giving a vision to their employee. And it's concluded that most of the word leader itself and the leadership is utilized very incorrectly. How it's incorrectly? Because when the person and individual performing in an organization, the organization forget about the leadership skill sets. What they do is they
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, just concluding, ma'am. Yes.
Vineet Singh, I would like to say that time is also a very important criteria in our judgment.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
sir has already briefed regarding that. So when the buzzer goes, it's already 6 minutes, and then you have to adhere to the time. So that's the reason when Dr. Roli was telling that it should be actually the introduction part and everything you can skip and you can start with your objective. That was the reason, so that it can be actually winded up in 6 minutes. So I'm sorry to say that you have already consumed your time, although you are in the mid of your presentation.
No, I'm not in the mid of my presentation. I'm only one slide left. If you allow, I can just go to the.
So if sir allows you, you can conclude that, and then sir will ask you question. Sir, now the take is yours.
Okay. Now I think that time is over. Vineet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Since you have just worked on this secondary data, so
Yes, sir.
yeah, you have studied 20 papers and you have concluded on the basis of that papers. I would like to ask a question. Do you feel that at this moment you are you can say confidently that which leadership style is the best leadership style?
So right now it's depending upon the industry, but most of the leadership style in India, sir, which is more prevailing, is a transformational leadership style. If you talk about the pharmaceutical industry, where I am conducting my research, the coaching leadership style is more prevailing, sir. Otherwise, if I have to choose one, the transformational leadership style is again the one of the best leadership style across the organization, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any question from other audience member?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Dr. Vineet Kumar Singh, thank you so much. And thank you, sir, for the question. Now, I would like to invite the next speaker, that is Shilpa Sharma.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please adjust your mic and your camera. And share your screen, please.
Can you
Yes,
see me,
ma'am.
ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, we can see you and you are audible. Okay, so Ms. Shilpa Sharma will be presenting her paper on employee adaptation in the era of COVID-19, imperative for human resource management. And before we start, I once again would like to mention that time is an important constraint. So the very first buzzer will be pressed at 6 minutes, and 1 minute extra time will be given for the conclusion, and thereafter we will have 2 minutes for the question by the session chair. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, you can begin. Your time will start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shilpa Sharma, lecturer, Human Resource Management. My topic for research is employee adaptation in the era of COVID-19, imperative for human resource management. As we have seen that the organizations today works in an extremely dynamic situation where the most unknown is expected. One of the most intense examples that we saw was the unprecedented COVID era. COVID-19 posed a lot of challenge. The organizations were shut, and then when they were working, there had to be an altogether different mechanism when they were working. So in this research, I reiterate the fact that since employees are the biggest assets of an organization, so every step had to be taken to take care of their physical, mental, psychological, and social well-being when it was a shift from completely conventional paradigm of working. My first thing is that the first challenge that the employees held while working after COVID and during COVID was the pressure of feeling fit. For example, person environment fit. What I've written is PE is person environment fit. Now, since there was a dramatic and drastic adjustment of shifting from the physical boundary of the organization to working in the confined boundaries of home, it was not easy for people to adapt to this sudden change. Plus, the methods of recruitment, selection, and training and development, and in fact, every HR activity was something that requires a complete change from face-to-face interaction to a virtual mode. Adapting to it was also not easy since it took a lot of toll on the employees' mental health. There was a lot of buzz, there was a lot of talk about it. The second area of my research was the disproportionate impact of the same on work and family life. Now, since before COVID, everything was settled. People who had families had children, and these children were taken care of by either the caretakers, or they would go to the play schools or the homes where they are taken care of. But in COVID, what happened was that the employees had this dual problem or dual challenge of managing their work from home and having their children. Now, this became incompatible at a number of times. And the other thing was that the role expectations got blurred. There was also another area of labor which is often much not talked about, but those people, the alternative family structures who were single, people who were single, not married, or even if they were married and did not have children, they were more prone to the problems of loneliness and depression, because at the end of the day, you were always supposed to be confined to the home. Plus, there was also one factor that there was all people who were living as joint family. There was always a probability of people staying back at home, but unhealthy. So this vulnerability of having a unhealthy person around and still coping and still kind of catering to the challenge posed by the change in organization paradigm was a big challenge to the organization's employees. The solutions that can be taken was the organizations could take utmost care in order to make the person feel PE fit, which is person environment fit. The transition from the conventional HR methods had to be moved from just a method to more relationship oriented methods. Plus, there were other solutions in the slides my research work also, which said that in this case, what happens is that the organization should take the onus of providing them with more health solutions, more health information rather, and taking care of their mental well-being to the utmost level. Because at the end of the day, whether it is an offline mode or an online mode, it's always going to be the people who are going to reap productivity for the organization. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, you can
Thank
ask
you.
your question now.
Thank you, Silpa.
Thank you, sir.
I think that don't you feel that you have just presented few facts about change in HR practice during the COVID-19? Rather, you should collect some data related to these aspects, and you should prove this through research, right? Simple presentation of facts is not a research, and in future you should do on this direction, I think.
Okay, sir.
Right. Okay, this is my suggestion.
Okay, sir. There are other factors also which are there in the research, but since time was a constraint, so I chose to put it in short words. The other things, if you give me time, sir, the other things were the impact of entrepreneurship development that took a change from where it was prior COVID-19 and to COVID-19. And the recent change in the HR practices, from where we see that the concept has gone from more of a flat organization from tall organization, is also the gift of, I should not say gift, but rather also the result of COVID-19, that we are saying that we move more on to the flat hierarchical structure than tall. And other factors also, sir, since time was a major factor, I chose to put it in short.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your insight. So I would just like to inquire if we have Dr. Sanaya Khanna, the next speaker. Okay, we would move to the next one. That is Ms. Rajni and Dr. Alka Swami, who will be presenting their paper on organizational cynicism, a citation, cluster, and co-citation analysis. Ms. Rajni and Dr. Alka Swami, may we please have you on the screen? Yes, we can see you.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Alka Swami will be sharing slides.
Okay.
Yeah, just a moment.
Sure.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The screen is visible. We can see the slides now.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So once again, reminding you the time, it's 6 minutes, and then buzzer goes at 6 minutes, and then you have another 1 minute, and the question will follow.
Sure, ma'am. We'll try to finish on time.
Yes, ma'am. You can begin now. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alka Swami and Rajni, along with Rajni from Bikaner Technical University, presenting our paper on organizational cynicism, a citation, cluster, and co-citation analysis. When we talk about the term cynicism, it's a dispositional state in which a person lacks trust in other persons and social norms. And this pessimistic attitude leads to mistrust on the intentions and kindness of other people. And when the same applies to the person's organization or its workplace, then it is known as organizational cynicism, in which a person shows lack of integrity, fairness, openness. He shows an unfriendly approach. He also exhibits hopelessness about his workplace organization, and which ultimately affects the environment of the organization, and the productivity of the organization. This concept of organizational cynicism is not a very old one. That's why there is not much studies has been conducted so far. Only 2 studies, review studies has been conducted so far as far as our knowledge is concerned. And they have not utilized the current methodology which we have adopted. So to illustrate the present state of organizational cynicism, this systematic analysis of themes, authors, sources, articles, and countries has been done in the present study under the following objectives. The first objective of the study is to study the top influential trend in organizational cynicism in terms of keywords, themes, journals, authors, articles, and affiliated countries. Second, to determine the intellectual structure of organizational cynicism. Third is to identify the major dominant streams in organizational cynicism domain. So here now Rajni is with us. Now I am handing over the presentation to her to talk about the methodology and analysis part of the presentation. Rajni, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide, ma'am. So as ma'am have already explained what organizational cynicism is all about and what are the objectives of study, I'll quickly go through the literature review of this study. So a lot of researches has been already done on organizational cynicism, and this dimension has been explored with various other variables such as emotional exhaustion, employee performance, psychological contract violation, work alienation. Apart from all these variables, organizational cynicism has found to be strongly associated with more variables like job satisfaction, employee turnover intentions, and so on. Quickly moving to the research methodology. Here I have employed SPAR for SLR protocol, which has been given by Justin Paul in the year 2021. Basically, in these kind of analysis, Prisma is also analyzed, but I preferred using SPAR for SLR. The reason behind, because SPAR for SLR was, as I told you, was designed by Justin Paul, who is a professor from the field of management. So this is the entire research methodology, which you can see here. So the search period was 2002 to 2022, and I used Scopus database to collect the data. And a total number of 326 articles were returned. And after excluding certain articles which did not meet the language criteria or which were not from the relevant field or topic, so I ended up with 223 documents in last. So an analysis was conducted on 223 documents. Quickly moving to the data analysis part, the most prominent authors were Ave, Bruch, Boomer, who were from the Central Washington University, Edinburgh, and with a total document of 3, total citation 431. Moving to the second most prominent author was Bruch. He had a total document, 2 total documents, and a citation count of 287. An interesting fact which can be noticed here is the author who is on the 5th position, Braids. He although have 4 documents in total on organizational cynicism, but because total citation count is less, so he is on the 5th position. Moving to the most prominent journals, here, Journal of Applied Psychology is holding the 1st position with a total citation count of 915. Second comes Journal of Organizational Behavior with a total citation count of 741. Next slide, ma'am. So the next slide shows the most influential documents. The first most influential document in the field is the effect of psychological contract breach and organizational cynicism. Not all social exchange violations are created equal, with a total citation count of 456. Moving to the most influential authors keyword. So these were some of the keywords which were determined with the WASUS software while performing performance analysis. And the first position obviously goes to the organizational cynicism with total occurrence of 123 and total link strength of 178. The second objective of our study, which was, ma'am, next slide. The second objective of our study, which was to determine the top streams in the field of OC, influential streams in the field of OC was determined by cluster analysis. So a cluster analysis was performed using WASUR software, and 5 big primary clusters were identified, and the clusters were named as, the first cluster was organization cynicism and counterproductive work. Second was OC and organizational identification, and so on. Moving to the next slide, co-citation analysis. Co-citation analysis determines the intellectual structure of the field. The first co-citation analysis was document co-citation analysis. Ma'am, next slide. The second was author co-citation analysis, and you can see a graph over here, which is showing clusters formed with the same colors. And the last co-citation analysis, ma'am, next slide. Last co-citation analysis was journal co-citation analysis. So concluding this, our research was basically done by taking WASUR software, and we have performed performance analysis. With the help of performance analysis, we have found out the most influential authors, keywords, documents, and countries in this field. By performing cluster analysis, we identified the influential themes in this domain. By performing co-citation analysis, we have revealed the intellectual structure of this domain in terms of journal, documents, and authors. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Rajni and Dr. Alkaswamy. Now, I please invite our session chair, Dr. Ashish Ranjan sir, for the questions.
Dr. Alkaswamy and Rajni ji.
Yes, sir.
You have done good work, and I hope that you can work more on these issues. Since your this part, your literature part is good. You have done work on citation cluster, cluster and co-citation analysis. So, at this moment of COVID-19, how do you feel that such organizational cynicism, how we can tackle this CO, organizational cynicism? During
Sir,
this COVID-19, the situation is very different in organization. How do you feel?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, our study is nowhere related to COVID-19, first of all, because we have taken the literature from past 2 decades. And yes, this can be further taken to conduct an empirical study. The effect of COVID-19 on organizational cynicism can be a very good topic. For in future, we can conduct a study over this.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So now I invite the next presenter, Ms. Nimisha Verma and Dr. K.R. Jain. Please mark your presence. Please share your screen. Ms. Nimisha Verma and Dr. K.R. Jain. Yes, Ms. Nimisha Verma, we can see your screen.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. So the title of the paper for them is An Empirical Study of Organizational Commitment on Performance of Employees with Reference to Indian Telecom Sector. So, ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
so
then let's begin.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, one and all present here, all the respected professors, research scholars, and my dear friends. I'm Nimisha Verma, a research scholar in HMB Garhwal University with the affiliation in DAV College. So the topic of my research is an empirical study of organizational commitment on performance of employees with reference to Indian telecom sector. Moving to the abstract of the study, My objective of the study are as follows. Actually, this paper aims to analyze the organizational commitment and employee performance through organizational citizenship behavior, and that is in the private telecom sector. The organizations which are taken for this study are preferably from Delhi NCR, and majorly we have the study that I've taken is for RGIL and Bharti Airtel. The rationale of the study are as follows. Actually, in these 2 decades, or probably I can say these 3 decades, the tremendous growth has been observed in the telecom sector in India for past few years. This growth has been through a qualitative workforce. So the study for the commitment of workforce is really, really important. How the employees are ready to work. Are they willing to go out of this organization or not? Then the methodology that I have used for this study is there is a mediating effect of OCB, that is organizational citizenship behavior, has been analyzed through SPSS and MR software with the technique of structural equation modeling, that is SEM. Now, the finding, as far as the finding of this study is concerned, the result has come as a full mediating effect by organizational citizenship behavior on organizational commitment as well as on employee performance. So this paper is preferably for finding out how the organization citizenship behavior, the sportsmanship and the altruism is focusing towards the commitment, and that can be the effective commitment, that could be the normative commitment, and that can be for the continuance commitment as well. So moving forward towards the next slide. Commitment is basically, it is indispensable for the workforce of an organization, and an organization which is highly committed, that focuses on employee involvement. Because if employee is not involved, then that is a that comes for the retrenchment as well. So organizational commitment has been observed workforce to be a very, very strong disposition and a very crucial aspect to take part in accordance with the day-to-day activities. And it was given by Ellen and Mayer, because Ellen and Mayer described the entire 3-dimensional, 3-component model of organizational commitment. Then moving forward to what is organizational commitment is all about. So according to the previous studies, this particular topic has got 3 major aspects. So according to Ellen and Mayer, who developed the 3-dimensional scale, and that was given in 1990. So according to that model, there are 3 major aspects of commitment, that is affective, continuance, and normative. So OC basically depends upon proactive and innovative behavior in accordance with specific organizational objectives according to Engel 1981. Then basically it is a very, very discretionary effort by employees, and it shows the innovative behavior as far as the employees are concerned and as far as their seniors are concerned. So for employee commitment, it's very important to motivate employees intrinsically, which was very difficult because of the fluctuations in the market and fluctuations because of the pandemic. Now, high performance by employees can be seen if they are highly motivated, because their involvement will also become the day-to-day routine. Then if I talk about the mediating variable of my study, that is organizational citizenship behavior, this concept was derived by Carls in 1964, and it relates to the extra roles prevalent in the organization called behavior of the employees. So it talks about cooperation, punctuality, altruism, good gestures and suggestions, which are very, very important and significant to play a very prominent role in organization commitment. So helping nature and team spirit leads to a positive result in the productivity of employees. Then if I talk about the concept of employee performance, now let's talk about the employee performance. It's very important to know what are the determinants, how employees are motivated if the labor turnover is concerned, why that labor turnover is happening. So basically to have a positive and a motivational behavior is very important so that the attrition rate can go down. And the kind of conduct that takes place in an organization is also very significant. And high performance of the organization is also responsible for motivating the employee and getting the best out of it in order to tap the highest potential of the employee. So obviously it also takes very, very dignified answer towards the competitive advantage. And this was given by Diamantidis 2018. Now, if I say what is the relationship between OC and OCB, so according to Cards, OCB mentions that behavior is very, very voluntary, and target assessment is very, very important for if you want to know about the performance that has been undertaken. Then OC and OCB, the relationship between them can be very, very beneficial to increase the value commitment. impactfulness and the viability of the employees. The day-to-day activities becomes very, very easy if commitment is there. So it will definitely enhance the performance of employees. As far as the literature review is concerned, for this study, I have gone through 50 papers, 50 research papers from Scopus and care listed journals, some of from Web of Science. But the major, the selected papers were 35, which were selected finally. So this is my conceptual framework, which says that organizational commitment is an independent variable, and there is a mediating variable called OCB, which is having a full mediation towards employee performance. So these are the hypotheses of my study. Number one, first hypothesis, which is an alternative hypothesis, is there is a significant impact of organizational commitment on employee performance with reference to selected telecom company. And the second alternate hypothesis is organizational citizenship behavior has a mediating role between OC and EP in telecom companies. Moving towards methodology, out of 400 questionnaires, 130 responses were obtained with very effective response rate of 31%, because 5 were there which were incomplete and they were outliers. So I had to reject them all. So finally, 125 questionnaires were used for the study. It was conducted in Delhi NCR. So the prominent areas were Faridabad, Ghaziabad, Noida, and Gurgaon. Then for this, the sampling method that has been used is convenience sampling, and it has been done on 5-point Likert scale. The valid percentage for Reliance employees and Bharti Airtel employees were 36.8 and 63.2% respectively. So these are the results of my bivariate correlation, which says that there is a significant relationship between all the variables. Now,
I'm sorry, ma'am, I would have to interrupt you in the midway. Your time is over. So now I invite our session chair, Dr. Ashish Ranjan Sinha sir. If you could please come on the screen and ask a question.
Yes.
Nimisha,
Yes, sir.
what are the basis of taking sample from NCR?
So basically, because the corporate heads of RGIL and Bharti Airtel is both here in Delhi NCR. And the prominent employees, the managers which were consulted were easily available there, because it was a very, very feasible study which has not been conducted anywhere as far as the telecommunication is concerned. That's why I took this.
So what are your suggestions for employees or organization?
Yes. Sir, actually, my suggestions are that there should be very important role to play if an organization's manager of the subordinates are very, very sportsmanship and having the altruism for them, they can do their best and there would be a very good employee performance. The labor turnover will get reduced, the absenteeism will get reduced, and the attrition rate, which is getting very high these days, it will also get decreased. So that will definitely going to improve in telecom sector, because nowadays we have also seen there are some mergers and acquisitions, but they're also on the pace of restructuring. So in that scenario, we cannot, I didn't take other companies, but only on the basis of market capitalization, I took these two major players because they were playing the prominent role. So if this is the scenario and adopted by other organizations such as some public sector also, then they would be able to pay better, they would be able to compensate better with the incentives, and they could be having the stability of tenure also for the employees. That's all on my side, sir.
Thank you, Nimish.
Thank you so much, sir.
Ma'am, I have a question. I have a question to ask, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, as you have presented OCB, so you have not mentioned any dimensions of OCB here. How measured OCB here actually, because there are 5 dimensions to measure OCB.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. This has not been undertaken on the different dimensions. This has been undertaken on the second order CFA. So on that basis, the entire the questionnaire was set on the item, which was the different items of that particular.
So you have opted for a standardized questionnaire to measure all these variables, or you have developed a question for your own?
I have preferred only the item skill which was already validated. So based upon that only, I have gone through the CFA. So you can see on my screen, I've got this structured model and measurement model for CFA in order to confirm the variables.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nimisha. It was indeed a very interactive and informative presentation. Thank you.
Thank you,
So
ma'am. Thank
now
you
I
so
take an opportunity to invite our next speaker. I'd just like to inquire if we have Dr. Kumari Soni and Shah Ali Adnan. Do we have them? If they please raise your hand so that our IT team could make you the presenter. Okay. Okay, so now I move to the next speaker. The next speaker is Avishtantika Rai. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, please share your screen and if you could just switch on your camera, your video.
Ma'am, just a second. I'm just sharing my
Sure.
screen.
Sure, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to connect to my presentation. Just a second. It will take hardly more than 1 second. Ma'am, is my screen visible to you all? My slides visible?
No, yes, now it is. Yes, now it is, ma'am. Ma'am, will you switch on your camera or will
Yes,
you
sure,
present
ma'am.
your
Just a second. Just a second, ma'am. In a nanosecond, I'll start that.
Sure, ma'am. Okay. Yes, ma'am, we can see you.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes. So here we have, here we have Avishantika Rai, and her title of paper is A Theoretical Work Review of the Impact of Work from Home on Employees' Well-being and Performance. Indeed, an innovative, very proper topic. So, ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Good
ma'am.
afternoon,
Your
everybody.
first 6 minutes begin now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, I would like to take a few minutes just to thank Amity University to give me this opportunity to present my paper on this international platform. And good afternoon, all my dignitaries, my co-researchers, my fellow members, and my friends. I'm Avishantika Rai, research scholar from United University. Today, going to present the topic impact of work from home on employees' well-being and their performance. It is an literature review. So I'll start with the picture. As you can see, there are two pictures which are showing two different things. One where is very peaceful and where very calmly the work is being done in office also and at the home also. But at the second slide or second picture says that it must be very nice to have work at home rather than what are the consequences the person working at home is only knowing that. Moving up to the next introduction to my topic. As we all know, pandemic struck massively all over the world and without any prior information. Pandemic made us work from home at a massive level. Many organizations were forced to wind up their work from home as they were not ready for that also, but they had to adapt that change just in case to earn their livelihoods and learn also the most common things which are being making challenging the COVID pandemic time. What is usefulness of my topic? My topic is very useful in making the hybrid model, as if any of the organization are planning to make their work on a hybrid mode, like 2 or 3 days of online working and 2 or 3 days of offline mode working, or I could say that work from home or from work from office. So my research topic is very useful for that those all persons. As reading all the literature reviews, I came across to know about two things majorly. The papers were divided into, or a paper could be divided into two major parts. One was positive part and another was negative part. When talking about the positive side of work from home, it increased the bond of family, respect for each other. We could take good care of each other. Coordinal behavior was increased. Easy done responsibilities were there. job satisfaction were there, bond between employer and employee was there, and social distancing was there. Now, talking about the negative side, no work boundaries were made at the first time. The work was imposed on every employee and they had to work whenever their immediate senior has to set. Consumption of gas, electricity, light, and internet services was increased on a massive level. As they all have to work from home, mental health was decreased. Family conflicts got increased as many of them were used to having their personal space while working. Technical literacy was not up to the mark when this work from home was introduced at the first time. Emotional disability was there, as on the other hand some of the family member is very ill, and but still we have to work on our laptops from our home and keep their wellness also in our mind. It was very depressing and very social isolating for the employees. No physical work was there. These were the negative sides. Methodology, I came across to the 143 papers and I used Prisma model just to bifurcate the papers. I took the papers from 2020 to 2022, and at last by refining the papers by Prisma model, I got 74 papers at last, and only 30 paper detailing was done in my research as a literature review. Now talking about the gap was that many of the papers there were lack of primary data, and second was that many approaches were discussed at the same time in the many papers, or very less approaches was done. What is the future of my research? The future, what I am thinking at per my knowledge, first is improving and providing hypothesis what could be done in the future of work from home for other employees, and second is to build a hybrid model for organizations so that the work could be done easily. Conclusion, as we all know, there were huge and massive change due to pandemic, but we have to make it possible and we have to work. Each and every positive or negative aspect depend upon the personal thinking of a person or an employee and its behavior or a backup which he was getting from his family were helping him or not, his family, maybe there were two different dimensions, that how positive and negative factor depends. It depends on the professional relationship also and personal relationship also. And last but not the least, I would like that main motive of my research is to create a balance between positive and negative and create a hybrid model. That's all from my side. Thank you. If any questions, I'll appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So,
Avashintika. Right. Yes.
Yes,
Your
yes, sir.
name is
Abhishant.
very difficult to pronounce.
Sure, sir. So आदत हो गई है. It has been a long journey with this name.
Okay. So you have studied on well-being and performance.
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, what are the variables through which you can prove about well-being and performance, especially during COVID time? What are the variables?
So,
You are going to
sir, thank you for
do
the
this
question.
empirical study in future. What would be your?
Yes, sir. So, as per my thinking, first of all, the mental status of a person who is working back at home is very important, because how we have taken COVID is very different as other has taken COVID. My perspective at working from home is different. Other person may be different. My employer may think about the, अरे आप घर पे बैठते हो, it must be very easy for you to work from home. But for me, being a mother of a child, being a daughter-in-law, being a wife, it was a very difficult and tedious task to work from home. It was a lot much easier for me to work from office because I had a certain time that was only devoted towards my work. But here, working from home, it was no time boundary. I had to work much a lot time. I have to devote much a lot my inputs in just performing say that I will not take care of my family as I'm working 9 to 5 on my laptop to my office. So the personal mental health depends very importantly that how a person has taken COVID and how we'll take it in the future, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So now let's invite the next speaker. The author is Jyoti Singh and Dr. Rajlakshmi Srivastava. Yes, Ms. Jyoti Singh and Dr. Rajlakshmi Srivastava. Please respond.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, but we cannot see your screen or we cannot see you.
Ma'am, I'm just trying to share my PPT. Please just give me a second.
Sure. So by the time she adjusts her screen, let me introduce the topic to you. The title of the paper is The Emerging Trend of Transformational Leadership and Its Impact on Human Capital in the Higher Education Sector in India. Yes, ma'am. We can see your screen now.
Ma'am, it is visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible. Have you kept your camera off?
Ma'am, it is important to switch on the camera if...
No, I don't think so.
Okay, ma'am.
Or
thank you, ma'am.
yeah.
A very good afternoon to respected session chair, Dr. Ashish Ranjan Sinha, sir, and Dr. Manshi Srivastav, ma'am, and all other participants present here. I'm Jyoti Singh, a research scholar, along with my co-author, Dr. Rajlakshmi Srivastav, ma'am, got this opportunity to present my paper on this platform. And the topic for the day is the emerging trend of transformational leadership and its impact on human capital in the higher education sector in India. Basically, this study was intended to examine the change in the style of leadership over the past few decades, but now, as we all know that to survive and to compete, an organization needs a proactive human resource to maintain high performance level. But the problem is to maintain and to manage this human resource. A very proactive human resource should be maintained, which is known as or referred to as a human capital. It takes a very talented or a very engaged manager or a leader who can manage this human resource, unlimited human resources, and to create new inventions in the right direction. The type and style of leadership is extremely important. Hence, this paper is entirely deal with the type of leadership in which it is, which is why the concept of transformational leadership is gaining much importance in today's era. And I would like to tell you that the transformational leadership is a type of a leader who can collaborate with the followers to need and to identify a needed change. The objective of my paper is to examine, ma'am, just a second. Okay, the objective of the paper is to examine the trend of transformational leadership in Indian education system. Secondly, how and why, what are the impacts of transformational leadership on human capital quality, which is very important for any organization. Thirdly, what is the type of relationship between human capital quality and any organizational success rate or a growth rate. The literature review is basically of last 2 years has been exhaustively reviewed. And as a result, we all know that the advancement of society is largely depends upon the education sector. Hence, this sort of economy should be full of intelligent and skilled workforce. But the problem arises that apart from having a skilled and intelligent workforce, it is equally important to have a kind of manager who can successfully manage this workforce. Thus, the leader who can encourage the efficacy and self-confidence of the employee, and one who have alluring personality should have this type of trait
And as a result, a professional training, skill, experience, and expertise will develop human capital, which will ultimately leads to organizational growth. This is what we have gone through in the literature review part. This is the conceptual framework. I will not go in detail, ma'am, because of the paucity of time, but this is the model on the basis of which we had conducted our study. The hypothesis is basically of two types, and it is entirely based on the null hypothesis, and hypothesis has been framed on the basis of null. The first one is there is no relationship between effectiveness of transformational leadership and the type of human capital quality. The second hypothesis is that there is no significant relationship exists between human capital development and organizational growth. That means I have conducted my study on the basis of two hypotheses. First one is related to transformational leader with human capital quality, and the second one is human capital quality with organizational growth. In research methodology, the approach which has been applied here is descriptive cum empirical, because the result is entirely based on real life experience. Hence it is empirical research. And in measurement model, we have taken 15 items under 5 constructs for which the reliability statistics has been done, on the basis of which we got the Cronbach alpha value coefficient, which is 0.875. And as per the norms, 0.7 Cronbach alpha value is it is reliable. And the population has been entirely taken from the higher faculty of higher education sector in India. Then the data has been collected on the basis of structured questionnaire based on 5-point Likert scale with a sample size of 132 faculty members. The data has been analyzed by the help of AMOS, IBM SPSS, and by applying a structural equational modeling, that is SEM technique. Now, data analysis has been done on the basis of two factors. First one is confirmatory factor analysis, and the second one is a structural model. But before that, the most important part is to determine KMO, which is Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin test, Bartlett test, and the value which we have got is 0.849, and approx the value or above 0.5 is reliable. This is SEMFIT indices model. In this, we have got all the values approximately between the ranges, which tells us that yes, our model is accurate and it is going in the right direction to give the reliable results. This is the result in which, as we can see, that there is a relationship between various factors which I have tried to identify. That the first one is between transformational leadership, human capital quality, and organizational growth. And as a result, luckily we have got both the hypotheses corrected, as the relationship between human capital quality and leadership style with a beta coefficient of 0.093, and the another hypothesis which is between human capital quality and organizational growth. Here we got the beta coefficient of 0.78, which shows that every 10% increase in the human capital quality will enhance 7.8% organizational growth. Hence, in this result, I can conclude that yes, our both hypothesis has been significant and reliable. Thus, in interpretation, we have concluded that the p-values are significant and null hypothesis on the basis of this p-value is rejected and alternate hypothesis has been accepted. In conclusion, I will briefly summarize that conclusion is the right selection of perfect leadership style, which is very important, who can maintain the high performance level by acting as a mediator between both human capital quality and organizational growth. Thus, in conclusion, we can correctly say that it is only a type of leadership style which an organization can adopt and enhance its human capital quality, which in return will give a better human growth, organizational growth, sorry. Now, this is the social implications. It is the leader's strategy which plays the most crucial role in the organizational growth, because the most important factor in any organization is superior subordinate relationship, which can only be achieved by applying.
Sorry to intercept. I'm really sorry, the time is over. We have a time constraint. So now I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Ranjan Sinha sir for the question.
Thank you, ma'am.
What are the basis of taking sample of 132? Can you explain
Sir,
this?
actually, yes, sir. Sir, actually, as per the study, I have got this information. I have studied that as per 7 questions, we have to take at least, yes, for one question, we have to take at least 7 respondents. So as per 15 questions which I have taken in my questionnaire, I have to collect 105 respondents, but I have taken 132.
Randomly, what was the basis? How did you take this sample? Because do you feel that this sample will represent the whole population?
No, sir, I know the sample size is very small, but as per the ratio which we have given, that 1:7 is the correct ratio for the collection of, so I have moved forward for this with this sample size. And I have collected the sample size with the higher education sector faculties, especially the HODs and the superior one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jyoti. Thank you, sir. Now we have the next presenter, Ms. Pooja Sharma and Priya Bhalla. Kindly respond. Ms. Pooja Sharma and Ms. Priya Bhalla. Yes, we can see Ms. Priya Bhalla here. So by the time she shares her screen, let me introduce her topic to you. The topic, the title of the paper is Socio-economic and Political Connotations of Gandhian Sarvodaya.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you please enlarge your screen?
Yeah.
And keep your camera on. Yes, ma'am. We can see your screen now.
Actually, I'm presenting with Dr. Pooja Sharma.
Okay.
So she is going to begin the presentation.
Okay, so is Dr. Pooja Sharma connected?
I am not sure. Can you please check? Because she is in her college and just few minutes back she was unable to connect. I'll just...
Yes, ma'am. Please kindly connect and ask her to get connected, or else you can start the presentations. Or, ma'am, in case you need any time, we can give you some time, and meanwhile we can have the next presentation, and you can join in after the next presentation. Will that work for you?
Ma'am, she is not able to speak. She's not given the option. I think you'll have to give her the
Ma'am,
permission.
she's in the attendee. So, Pooja Sharma, yes, now she's in panelist. Yes.
Yeah, she's there now. Yeah.
Yes,
She's there now?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can speak, I think.
Yes, Dr. Pooja Sharma and Dr. Priya Bhalla, both of you are connected.
Yes, ma'am.
Pooja, are you there now? Can you
Dr.
connect?
Pooja Sharma, ma'am, is in the panelist right now.
Okay, you just unmute yourself and begin.
Hello. Yeah,
I have
I'm
shared
there.
the screen.
All right. So you have shared the screen. Okay. I can't see the screen. All right. So can we come to the first slide? A very warm greetings, everyone. I'm so sorry to get this problem glitches. So the topic of our presentation is socio-economic and political connotations of Gandhian Sarvodaya. So here we are trying to see, can we come to the first slide? We are going to see the implications of Sarvodaya on the present crisis. The background of the entire rationale for this particular topic which we have picked up is because, see, modernization has led to unprecedented consumerism, competition, subjugation, exploitation of not only human resources, even the natural resources, Earth's resources. So it has led to a lot of gap between the poor and rich. So the majority of the population is suffering from, are devoid of the basic necessities. And at this particular scenario, there is a need to think about the human resources, the equality, the social justice, sustainability. All these concepts have come actually in the pipeline. And can we move on to the next slide, please? Yeah. So against this backdrop, the notion of Sarvodaya, which we'll soon see what the concept of Sarvodaya, Gandhian concept of Sarvodaya is, it originates from the self-realization of consciousness that brings forth the perspective of our universal existence altogether. It connects not only within ourselves, with each other, but the whole of the universe is connected to us. And in this basic fundamental, we try to connect with every human, not only human, every species. And thus our social, economic and political connections, they get transformed. So the whole idea behind, the rationale behind this particular paper is to demonstrate this connection and how the socio-political challenges of current global form and as well as the national and regional form, they get transformed with the whole basic idea of Sarvodaya itself. We move on to the next one, objective. The paper attempts to deploy the philosophy of Sarvodaya to resolve all the socio-political challenges in the contemporary times, and particularly the justiceship model and decentralized system of governance. These are two elementary aspects of Sarvodaya which have constituted the whole argument around the paper. And we have also depicted with the help of to show the certain case studies which actually reflect the direct implication of these two models in achieving the successful pathways. These are remarkable principles, and we will see that how these actually bring towards the successful achievement. Now, methodology which has been adopted is a theoretical approach to present the economic implications of Sarvodaya, for which we have taken the quantitative analysis based on the simple tabular representation, understand its imperatives on inequality. Now, to study the system, we have also adopted the systematic review of literature related to the Gandhian Sarvodaya concepts to demonstrate the social political connotations of Gandhian Sarvodaya, which is based on self-transformation. So we have used various literature, and we found the gaps also between the literature, that at one time they are tackling the sociology aspect, the other time they're tackling the economic aspect, but all together in one socio-economic, political and environmental aspects they have not touched. So our paper is unique in connecting all of them together in a framework. So we move on to the next slide after methodology. Yeah. Economic development. So I'll just introduce the present challenges of economic development. The sole aim of the development process was to converge in the sense that to reduce inequality levels across the economies. And there's been extensive literature that has been, we have found that theory of growth and inequalities have been discussed and evaluated by Chandrasekhar and Sen Gupta in 2008. In the development debates, regional inequality has also been ignored. They have not touched regional inequality in most of the cases. The existence of high income challenges and income inequality challenges based on the argument of solo growth theory, which advocates the competitive forces and interregional migration and regional inequality. They have been covered, but again, the Solo has done the macroeconomic analysis, not the regional and local level analysis have been ignored. Solo's argument has further been challenged by the new economic theorists like Romer, Lucas, Krugman, and rest of them. According to Luga's, uneven distribution of the human capital has been the fact which has been confronted by Romer in various research and development arguments in the regional inequality. Similarly, Salai Martin and others have also pointed out middle income gap, which is for which they have resolved and given the solution to movement away from the centralized system of governance to the decentralized system of governance. The Indian economy has grown over last 2 decades. However, the growth has been unequal across the regions. China has also shown a substantial increase in the development of the top 1% of the population, followed by India. This gap has reduced in Russian Federation and Brazil. So if every country has experienced in some way or the others the problem of development, which is associated with inequality and poverty and inflation and other things. I'll request Dr. Priya Bhalla to take over.
Yeah, so coming on to the carrying on the argument further with regard to the inequality, we look at the celebrated work on inequality by Piketty and his table, which summarizes how the inequality is present in most regions of the world. So the equitable distribution, if it is followed, the world in the world, if everyone should get around $760, but the table presents how much unequal the distribution is. And China is close to the world average and is doing much better than India. Japan is also doing as good as the richest countries of Europe. And the lowest standard of living has been observed in Africa, particularly the sub-Saharan Africa. And with unfavorable distribution of income, it would be of merit to pause and reflect on the trend of inequality in India, particularly the deep-rooted caste-based inequality.
Ma'am, I'm extremely sorry. You have surpassed your time. The time limit is over. So I would like to please request you to please stop your presentation here. And I invite Dr. Ashish Ranjan Sinha for the question.
Pooja, madam, I have a question, a very general question.
Yes.
At this time of liberalization, globalization, and privatization,
yes,
the situation is very different. And does this model of Gandhiji, Sarvodaya model, will work?
So in fact, these are the
Because
best times it will work.
several MNCs are working at this moment, and they have some different model.
Yeah.
So will this model work? Is there
Okay,
any other
so,
model which is compatible with Gandhian model?
Yeah, so I will be very happy to answer this question. I think this is the best time when Badhan model is the best suited in the current scenario. The point is that welfare of the people. Okay, so the welfare model, that trusteeship model, and COVID-19, as the research has suggested that it is definitely the outcome of the climate change, if not geopolitics. Then for the climate change, I think the best suited model is Gandhian model, where we need to think about the whole world and its welfare of all. So once we think about welfare of all, we cannot promote our own welfare. So it's the key solution for today's world.
So I would like to add that the theme of your conference, resilience, resurgence, and sustainability, are all actually the best fit for this is Gandhian model.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I thank both of you and I thank sir for the question. So here we come with our last presenter, Ms. Mahima Kapoor and Dr. Vivekanand Pandey. Can we have you on screen, please? And I would like to inquire if the other speakers who were supposed to present are there, Dr. Kumari Soni and Shah Ali Adnan. And Shanaya Khanna. Are you here? If there, please raise your hand. Okay, so we'll proceed with Mahima Kapoor and Dr. Vivekanand Pandey. Do we have them? Yeah. Is Miss Mahima Kapoor here?
No, ma'am. Mahima Kapoor, ma'am, is not in the meeting right now.
Okay. So in that case, I think that's a wrapper. Okay then. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ruli. And that was indeed a very nice presentation. And sir, thank you so much. You had a lot of questions from, although the time didn't allow you for more question. I can understand because I am from the HRM fraternity. So lot many questions were coming in the mind, but we had a paucity of time. So that was a big constraint. But thank you, sir. And it was indeed a very nice session. And I thank all the participants who have been with us, and they had actually shared a very good work. And I understand how much hard work and determination it needs to work on the research papers. So thank you all of you. And we'll surely come back to you tomorrow with the result. In the valedictory session, it will be announced, and till then we can wait for the such decision because it will be the ultimate decision. Thank you all the participants, and thank you my students also. And thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us.
Wish you all very good luck. Thank you.
Sir, would you like to have something? A last word from you? Can we hear something from you?
Definitely, this was a very great presentation by all the presenter, researcher, and I really love it. And they have different titles with a different concept. Although few presenter have just have not done so much work, but few presenters have done very nice work. They have done on a different kind of data set and with different modeling, structure equation modeling, and several things. So I wish all the researcher presenter a very, very happy life, and wish you all a very good and happy life. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And those who have actually tried, that was enough for us because they at least tried, and then you are there to guide them. So in this way, they can also improve. And next time we will see a better work from them also. With these words, I would like to wrap up this session. Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Are we having the presenters here? Have they joined? all the presenters for this session. Ms. Vaishali Singh, Sudha Gupta, Harmandeep, Pragya Kumari, Dr. Pranav Shekhar, Professor Tej Singh, Shubh Kriti Chaturvedi, Varda, Aroma Modi, and Naujivan Hira. Are you presenters here? Have you joined the session? Am I audible? Varda, yeah, I can see Varda. Yeah, so they have to raise their hands so that the IT team will take them into the panelist. Yeah, I can see Varda, Harmandeep.
I request you to please accept my request.
Yeah, it's being done.
I'm sending you the request. There's an pop-up on your screen. Please accept that request, and you will be the panelist.
Once again, requesting all the presenters to please raise their hands so that they'll be included in the panelist list. All the presenters for the day: Vaishali, Sudha, Pragya Kumari, Professor Tej Singh, Shubha Kiti Chaturvedi, Varda, I think she has joined, Aroma Modi, and Naujivan, I think she also has joined. Yeah, Harmandeep and Dr. Pranav, please wait for a second. You will be taken into the panelist list. Yes, Dr. Pranay, you are already in the panelist list. You will please lower your hand. Dr. Pranav, thank you so much.
Sir, right now only Aroma Modi is in the attendee, and I'm
Varda, Shubha, Kirti, yeah.
Yes, and I'm
Shivan is there.
continuously sending the request to promote the panel.
Shubha Kirti, you are raising your hand, but I think you are already in the panelist group, so you may lower your hand, please. Shubha Kirti. Is Miss Vaishali Singh here?
Kunal, if in case I can take 1 minute time.
Yes, sir, please.
Kunal, we have with us Dr. Soumya Sarkar, Associate Professor, IIM Ranchi, and welcome, Dr. Soumya Sarkar. Thank you so very much, sparing your valuable time and consenting for chairing this technical session related to marketing area. Kunal, we can welcome Dr. Soumya Sarkar, and thereafter you can continue with your session.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for having me. It would be an honor to be chairing this session. I hope to have a lot of interesting papers to hear through and research work. So I'm looking forward to it. Let's see how it goes.
Kunal, you can continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We are waiting for our other session chair. So that'll be in a couple of minutes.
Miss Vishali, please accept my request.
Okay, sir. Our other session chair, Dr. Nitendra, will not be able to join. So we are going ahead with Dr. Soumya Sarkar.
I'm unable to share my scheme. Kindly allow me to share on second number. Please allow someone else to be the present first. So is my screen visible?
Yeah, Miss Vishali, it's visible. We'll be starting in a minute. Just please. Yeah, it's visible.
Shall I start?
Please wait. Please wait. Shall we start, sir? Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, we are waiting for your due permission to start the events, please. Shall we start? Dr. Soumya, shall we start?
Yeah, I am fine. I am ready. You can start. I mean, I have no issues. Otherwise, unless you have any administrative issues on your side, I am fine. I'm ready to chair the session, so-called.
A very pleasant evening to all the dignitaries, presenters, and esteemed attendees, and a very special and warm welcome to our session chair, Dr. Soumya Sarkar, to the International Conference on Contemporary Issues in Business Management and Information Technology, CIBMIT 2022. I, Kunal Srivastava, take this pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to this third technical session. And may I take this honor of requesting to share a few words of wisdom. Sorry, we are not having our first session chair, Mr. Dr. Nipendra Singh. So we are having Dr. Soumya Sarkar. Our session chair, Dr. Soumya Sarkar, is currently serving as an associate professor at IIM Ranchi. He has completed his doctoral program in marketing from IIM Calcutta. He had also completed his postgraduate diploma in business management from IIM Calcutta. His research interest lies in corporate branding, reputation, strategic marketing, popular culture, and his papers in peer-reviewed journals like Journal of Strategic Marketing, Journal of Brand Management, Marketing Intelligence and Planning, Corporate Reputation Review, among others. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Now, may I take this honor of requesting you to please share a few words of wisdom to our participants, please. Over to you, Dr. Soumya.
Thank you. If I've got your name correctly, Kunal.
Sir, Kunal.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Words I can speak, whether they would be a wisdom or not, I'm not very sure about it. But thing is, again, it's not about what I speak, but I am here for hearing fresh research, getting to know research, as we all know, is a very tedious, time-taking, but yet interesting, challenging process. And in marketing, of course, lot of we do research to unravel different consumer phenomena, different firm-related phenomena, try to understand, make sense of it. So that's what I would be looking forward to. And in the process, let's also understand how, I mean, all of us, different people in different parts of the country, they are trying to do their work and again, understand different phenomena. And what you never know, something can be really path-breaking, really interesting for the rest of us, marketing faculty, community in general. So that's what it should be like. And in terms of the process, we all know there are different processes through which research can happen. So I would also like to look forward. I am sure all of you would be also looking forward to if there's some new process that somebody might have used to understand the phenomenon. So with that, I would not take time from primarily Vaishali Singh and the rest of you who are eagerly waiting to present their work. So are we, the rest of us, to eagerly waiting to listen to their work. So let's go ahead. Back to you.
Thank you so very much, sir, and welcome once again. Now, may I invite my co-moderator, Mr. Naveen. He is there to brief about the criteria, how the presenters are going to be assessed, and carry on with the further deliberations. Naveen.
Thank you, Kunal sir, for a wonderful introduction. Now, may I read out the guidelines for presentation for all the participants. The first rule is the maximum time limit for presentation will be 7 minutes. And the presenters will be intimated after 6 minutes of presentation. The buzzer will be pressed after 6 minutes. Now, the presentation will be marked on 5 criteria, and they are rationale of study, literature review, research methodology, conclusion, and similarity, that is plagiarism. Based on these criteria, the best paper award will be decided. While presentation focus only on 4 things, this is for presenters, and the 4 things are rationale of study, objective of study, research methodology, and conclusion. If asked by session chair, you can discuss other sections also. Last but not the least, the question and answers will be entertained only after the presentation. So with the permission of session chair, should we start with the first presenter? And I think Vaishali is not, she's now able to share her screen. So the first paper will be presented by Vaishali Singh.
Please go ahead. All the best.
Okay, sir. I'm sharing. Good afternoon, all present here. I'm Vaishali Singh, research scholar from Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra. Today I'm here to present my paper titled as Role of E-commerce during lockdown. So the introduction is the expansion of e-commerce accelerated during the COVID-19 crisis to companies, customers, and product types. This has enabled customers to access a range of products from the comfort and safety of their homes, allowing them to continuing their business despite social distancing and other lockdown persistent differences the e-commerce landscape in all countries, driving new businesses, consumer segments like seniors, product like groceries, and meanwhile, in many countries, part of e-commerce is shifting from luxury goods to service to commodity associated with large number of individuals. Given the potential for new waves of fashion, the convenience of new buying habits, and the cost of learning and the incentive employed by business, some of these changes in the e-commerce landscape could be long-lasting investment in new distribution channels.
Vaishali, can
Now
you
the
press
factors.
F5? Uh, your slideshow is not working.
Pardon, sir?
Can you press F5?
Vishali, put your slide in slideshow view.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, we can see your screen, but it is in the normal view.
Now the factors that continue to be positive for e-commerce growth. So let's take these are the some reasons. First one is new shopping habits. Quarantine has changed the way the people buy things, and the situation has been going on long enough for these patterns to be internalized. COVID-19 fears won't go away overnight. Even after the quarantine ends, people will be cautious and many will prefer to shop online from the safety to their home. With the rapid proliferation of mobile devices, browsing and shopping online have been easier, and now it is continuing. Customer can order with one hand from the device, and they always have in their hand or pocket. When physical store ran out of the product, there was still a way to order online, and things like toilet papers that no longer exist in physical stores can now be ordered or pre-ordered online. So convenience, choices, and saving have gained the momentum since the inception of online shopping. This will continue exponentially as the benefit of e-commerce become more pervasive and competitive intensified. Now the objectives. Objective of the research paper are to study the shift in consumer buying behavior as a result of pandemic lockdown and to analyze the impact of consumer behavior and satisfaction of the e-commerce, mainly the FMCG industry during the pandemic lockdown. Primary data have been used to collected through questionnaire. So total number of responses are 105 and all are educated respondents. So if it's about age, so age group is from 18 to 65 and mostly are from them are students and most of the students are of 23 age. And when it's about their higher level of education, most of them are postgraduate, then graduate, high school, and overall we can say that all of them are educated. When it's about gender, then 52.4% are female and 47.6% are male. When we go for the occupation, so mainly they are students and then the employed, self-employed, and some one or two respondents are unemployed and the housewife. When we go for the go for to know that did they have done online shopping before the COVID-19 pandemic? So most of them, around 92.4% did online shopping before COVID-19 pandemic, whereas 7.6% have never go for that. When it's about ordering the goods online during lockdown, then 79% order and 21% don't order. When it's about what they order during lockdown, from starting to end, we can say, so mainly these were clothing, then personal care products, food, household items, electronics, gift, luxury, and electronics. When it's about how often they purchase essential goods, then they always 39% go for always, then 22.8% go for often, 25.7% purchase sometime, and 10.5% purchase daily, and remaining they never go for that. When it's about the increasing frequency of buying online during the COVID-19, when it's about that, has they COVID-19 pandemic increased their frequency to buy online? So 39% agree with that, whereas 32.4% are strongly agree, and 21% are neutral. So we can mainly say that COVID-19 pandemic increased their frequency to buying online. When it's about the reason to purchase online, so mainly they are for convenience, then the better discount. Some other reasons like comfortability, we can go for it in the convenience, and other things are all products are easily available with different varieties, and these are safe to order during the COVID-19 pandemic. And when it's about the satisfaction of buying online rather than buying retail goods, so 38.1% are satisfied, 32.4% are very satisfied, and 24.8% are neutral. So we can say that while doing shopping, they all are satisfied the goods they get after purchasing. Then when we ask them for give their opinion about it, that the e-commerce industry of goods is going to replace their traditional offline shopping. So 46% 7 are agree with that, and 21% strongly agree, 20% are neutral, and 10.5% are agree, and remaining are strongly disagree. So we can say that there somehow e-commerce industry of goods is going to replace the traditional online shopping. Then when it's about the main thing, which is the role of e-commerce website during the COVID pandemic, or we can say that in the lockdown, so 46.7% go with the agree statement, that they are agree. E-commerce played a vital role during the lockdown because there was nothing in the lockdown, everything was locked. So the only online order things online are safe to order, and we can get them immediately as we want. Another thing, went to preferring buying online after pandemic, so 44.8% are agree with that, whereas 25.7% are strongly agree, 22.9% are neutral. So we can say that they will prefer, because the main thing or main reason they agree for is convenience. So
Vishali, can you wind up your presentation?
another thing is
Budget
that
is pressed, so you
element
have
which
only
will
1 minute
influence
left.
the online purchasing are the brand reputation of a product, then the fast and convenient delivery, then the price of product available in the website, the online store's brand reputation, and website use friendliness. Then other thing is, do you think e-commerce is better than traditional shopping? So they go with yes. Most of them go with yes, 64.8%. Then whereas 35.2% deny with that e-commerce is better than traditional.
Vaishali, can you listen to me?
When we ask their opinion about the improvement required in e-commerce, so these are as follows: the products which
Vaishali,
are
your
for
time
sale
is
must
up.
have the original
So
picture with them,
you have
and should have a guarantee of their
just wind up
quality,
your
so
presentation.
that people
Your
can
time
see
is
the
over,
reality if
Vaishali.
they are supposed to buy online, because most people don't buy if they is not any as surety of product. It should give exciting offers and price should be affordable. They need to increase the quantity of product as many times the product. They need to increase the quality of product as many times the product they sell don't have any quality, and even sometimes we get
Vaishali, your
wrong
time is
product
up.
supported what
So
we ordered, like there is change
you
in
should wind up your
their
presentation
color,
now.
their design, and so many things are there. So
Sir, can I
they
stop from
should
my
need
end?
to focus on good services,
Yes,
and
yes.
after delivery
Can I
service
stop
are
her presentation from my end?
seriously poor. So that should be
Yes, sure.
improved. The product which we save in add to cart feature should give a
So thank you, Vaishali, for your presentation. And now it's over to session chair, Dr. Soumya sir. The question and answer session begins now.
No, I don't think I have a question here because first and primarily, I think Ms. Singh did not plan her time properly, so she could not present all what that she wanted to say. So I would rather not have a question.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we can move on to the next presenter. Next presenter is Ms. Sudha, and she will be presenting it offline. Okay.
Yes.
Someone else is sharing the screen.
Vaishali.
The ID is
Sir, is my screen visible?
Please stop the earlier slide. Ms. Sudha is going to present her slide now. So I'm requesting the IT person who is handling this to please share Ms. Sudha's screen now. Share screen. Screen.
This is
Yes.
your presentation.
Yes.
I will just put it on slideshow view.
Five.
Start sharing screen.
Shall we start? Good evening, everyone. My name is Sudha Gupta. I'm research scholar from CIBMIT University, Patna. And my topic is online grocery market in India, a study of evolving trends to a literature review. And I've done this topic under the special guidance of Dr. Chetna Preeti ma'am. Now let's start with this topic. As we all know, with the advent of availability of the low price mobile and the advent of internet penetration, online market is on boom, and same goes with the online grocery market. But there is a difference between online market and online grocery market because of some of the factors like perishability of the product, variability of the product, and the frequency of the purchase made in this case. These are the factors which make online market different from the online grocery market. The objectives of my study of paper is to study the evolving trends of the growth of online grocery market and to understand the impact of the pandemic on online grocery market. Research methodology, that is the various secondary sources are used to collect data in the studies are Web of Science, EBSCO, POST, and Google Scholar. I have gone to almost
Miss, sorry to interrupt, Miss Gupta, but I can't see your slides. I only can see the first slide and nothing after that.
Sir, are you able to see the slide now?
Yeah, now I can see.
Okay. I've collected data from Web of Science, EBSCO, Host, and Google Scholar. I've gone to 55 papers and I have done my research of this literature review through these papers on the basis of this paper only. Now let's start with why I have chosen this topic. Since earlier in 2018, online grocery market was about 62 billion Indian rupees, which has shifted in 200.74 billion Indian rupees in 2019, and there has been seen that which is increased by 76% in 2020 because variable factors like convenience, security, trust, and most importantly, the role of pandemic, in which people were forced to stay at home and do their online grocery shopping on the convenience of sitting their home only. The market. Now let's talk about the evolution. How does online grocery market introduced in India? This was introduced by the Big Basket in 2011 in India. And Big Basket is the major shareholder, is having the major share market in 2021 only, also with 37% of market share. Factors leading to the growth of online grocery market: convenience, security, trust, service support, flexible transaction, personalized attention, and price promotion. These were the increase in number of working women, secured online payment, role of pandemic. These all lead to these all factors are leading to the growth of online grocery market. But there were some of the new recent add to this sector. That is the role of AI. That the role of AI, chatbots, and quick delivery factors which are boosting this online grocery market. And then let's talk about AI. What is AI? AI-based technology has been developed by Walmart Global Technology, which helped in making smarter substitution for its out of stock product, which resulted in acceptance of substitution by 95%. Now let's talk about the use of chatbots. Chatbots are like chatbots is a software that stimulates human-like conversation with users via text message or on chats or calls, which also resulted in boosting the in the growth of online grocery market as a consumer find it more comfortable in so resolving their queries through chatbots and depending on online grocery mode. And recently there are few trends like quick delivery of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or 20 minutes, which are also boosting this technology, this market. There are various challenges faced by online grocery shopping, and some of them are awareness like most of the people in rural area or rural areas or tier 3 cities, they are unaware of these facilities or these applications to be used, or the market has not reached there, so they are unaware of this. Accessibility is resulted also, like in that areas the market is not there in that area, so accessibility is also a constraint for consumers. Then distribution and supply chain management. This caused a huge cost to this company, like distribution, maintaining and distributing. Distribution has been the toughest area for the company because this sector have very lesser amount of profit margin. And with that, they have to manage the supply chain management also. And human touch. Mostly people in today's era also want to touch the freshness of the product, like before buying fruits or vegetables, like those things. This factor is also missing, which is creating a challenge, for online grocery shopping. This is the recent data for online market. Like 2019, it has been seen that online shoppers was 135 million, which has turned into 150 million in 2020. And this shift has this surge has increased to 289 millions in 2021 and expected to grow up to 378 millions till 2025. Same goes with the online grocery market share. Like Big Basket is having his largest share with 37% of market, and the revenue, which is in 2021 was 66 billion Indian rupees. And this competitor like Blinkit, and there are more competitors of like Blinkit, Super Daily, Dunzo, and many more. Let's just talk about revenue of Blinkit, which was 21 billion Indian rupees. Conclusion: the growth of online grocery will lead to higher revenue and growth opportunities for grocery store owners also, if they turn into like online platform. This will generate more convenience and choice for consumers. Hence this originates the need to examine and understand consumer purchase behavior for online grocery product in detail. Tremendous growth in internet penetration leads to more exposure of online grocery market in general and in India particularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudha, for your presentation. With the permission of session chair, can we start the question and answer session?
Yes, please. Can I have a question?
Yes.
Okay, so I have just one question. So your topic was online grocery market.
Yes, sir.
And when we talk about market, it's about both the buyers and the sellers.
Yes.
And your study was about buyers.
So it was some point related to sellers also. It was mixed.
No, but what did you study about?
So both buyers and sellers.
Where were the sellers?
So like challenges for sellers.
No, that's okay. That's only the challenges part. But overall,
Yes, so the market, the profit was also about the sellers. The market was also about the sellers.
no, what I'm not getting is you have done a literature review. So what has come out from the literature review about the sellers?
So like for sellers, that they should make their availability in their tier 3 cities and rural area also, so that they can expand and grow their market over there also, because accessibility is not there in tier 3 cities and rural areas.
For that, we don't need literature review. We all know that.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, okay. Others, question for others.
I think there is no question from the audience side. So, sir, can we move on to the next presenter?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Next presenter is Harmandeep Kaur. So, Harmandeep, are you ready with your slides?
Sir, when will my presentation will start again?
The next presenter is Harmandeep Kaur. So, are you ready with your presentation?
Miss Harbandi, please unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Okay, we are moving on to the next presenter. It is Ms. Shivani Sharma, Ms. Manisha Agrawal, and Dr. Arvind Kumar. And it's a presentation about understanding customers' continuous intention towards digital payment. So, the presenters, are you ready with your presentation? Ms. Shivani Sharma.
Please check this is whether or not.
Okay, I think Shivani Sharma is not present. So we are moving on to the next presenter, and it's Pragya Kumari presenting her study on the effect of advertising as a power tool for business growth. So can I request Pragya Kumari, are you ready with your presentation? Are you able to share your
Yes,
screen?
Pragya Kumari is here. Pragya Kumari, please unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Good evening to one and all present here. I am Pragya Kumari.
Pragya Kumari, please share your slide.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. Make it full screen. Make it.
Sure. Good evening, one and all present here. I, Pragya Kumari, completed my graduation from MIT University, Patna, and now pursuing MBA from MIT Pune. Is here to present on the topic advertising as a power tool for business growth, which is under the guidance of Dr. Fakhruddin Khan. The topics that we are going to conduct is about the introduction of that advertisement and its importance, objectives, and their type. So the advertisement is a business growth where it is used for the advertising, one of the which is most grown in the business exponential way. Its purpose is to raise consumer awareness, which results in companies' profit goal, and advertises its products aggressively for practically for all the medias, including the televisions, radios, and outdoors of the to name few. This study is supposed to determine the advertisement increases primary demand, which amounts to consumers' loyalty and the relationship between the advertising and the sales volume. Finally, the reports that concludes is that large brands have no choice but to keep promoting and in the order to maintain develop their businesses. So advertisement is the marketing tool which for the products that includes the packaging, price, distributions, and personal selling of the any product to promote their business. It's important for the business, any business companies, because it gives a huge amount of profit to the company to make it more attractive for the customers to produce. It mainly advertisement source it gives five perspectives, that is the manufacturers, middleman, sales force, customers, and society, which help to boost their reach. Its objective is to inform the customers about the product of the goods that are being promoted from the company, and it persuades to tries to convince the customers that what the company is actually providing for the services, and reminds the people to about what is the need of the product and services that are being provided by the company. There are different types of advertisement process, that is the online advertising, which is also known as the digital marketing. And then we have the television ads that gives and customers idea about the products, and then we have the ads and theaters, which is a huge expensive way of introducing the products and the goods that they are serving. Then we have the radio, print, outdoor, blank spaces, advertising, and online emails, and etc. Now I have conducted a secondary data about the advertising of the business group, where we have conducted various analytics questions
where the review of the 111 responses in which the people states that 99.1% of the people think that through advertisements company can create generate sales, and 0.9% people think that the sales cannot be generated through advertisements in the companies. Where in the another topics, out of 111 responses, 82% of the people believes that advertisement is more fast and reliable for sales growth, whereas 18% of people believes that propaganda is more faster and reliable for sales growth. Another one is where 70.3% of the people think that each and every factor, social media, newspaper, televisions, etc., of medium of advertisements helps to get knowledge of a product, whereas 16.2% of the people think that social media helps to get knowledge of a product. 0.9% of the people think that newspaper helps to get knowledge of the product, and so on. Then we have the purchasing behavior, where 17.1% of the 82.9% of people think that advertisements affects the purchasing behavior, and 71.1% of people think that purchasing behavior is not affected by the advertisement. Thus, we can therefore conclude that advertisements plays a role in purchasing behavior. Then we have the advertising products, where 38.7% of the people think that the advertisements marketing cannot be done, and then 61.3 people agree that the product of the marketing can be easily done in the business. Then we have the various data, where the spent on there are 28.8% people which includes that the advertisements are influenced by the advertisement, and 46.8% people think that they have they have been accommodated for the. Then there are few advantages and disadvantages of the advertising as a business tool, where we can conclude that it is very useful for introducing any product in the market to gain a business in expanding in a better way, and we have it is very beneficial for the market expansion, and it also increases the sales, which boosts them to get a profit, a maximum profit they want to earn from the product. Then there is a very huge fight competition between all the brands and the companies that have to be competed over the, and is being educated. It gives proper information about the products of the products that are being implemented by the customers. But there is also disadvantages of the advertisement, that is that it does not promise that that advertisement will give you the proper sales that they are being able that it will conduct. And there is also a risk of misrepresenting the facts, that they can also be copied by other also. And there is also a negative brand awareness also. There are some products that are being not extended by the products that are that gives a negative impact to the company. It also increases the cost for the company, because it is very important for the company to compete with other companies. So there is a huge cost including also, and there is advertisement that can be deceptive as well. So from the findings, we can see that it is a promotional tool for the company to grow and get a profitability in the business, and it also promotes services to raise awareness to the company's products, that and also to be rewarded annual and appreciate.
Pragya, your time is up. So just conclude your presentation.
So from the 50, we can conclude that advertisement is a boost of the any business enterprises, that also helps them to gain a huge role of the profit, and enhances the people to get ideas and buy new products as well. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. Hope I every time see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Pragya. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions, Soumya sir?
Just one clarification, not really a question. That is, Pragya, you talked about secondary data. Are you there, Pragya?
Pragya, unmute yourself. Answer the question. Pragya, can you listen to me? I think she has muted herself.
No, she's writing on the chat.
Hello.
Huh,
Sorry,
right.
sir, I was not able to mute.
So you talked about secondary data.
Yes.
So where is the secondary data? Just can you explain?
Yes, sir. I have conducted a survey where I asked many my colleagues and friends and just from the faculties members as well for the feedback of what their perspective is about the advertisement for the business, and from that I have collected my secondary data and I have completed the.
Okay, Pragya, whatever I understand, that is primary data. So please check once again before when you say certain things, right?
Sure, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay. No question, nothing else from my side. Question, others can make questions.
I think there is no question from the audience side.
So this is Harmandeep, sir. I got disconnected. Sir, can I present now?
Yes, Amandeep, can you share your screen now?
Yes, sure, sir.
So Harmandeep Kaur is going to present the next paper. So it's over to you, Harman.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, so thank you. Good afternoon to all present. I am going to present on the topic, the impact of COVID-19 on consumption of organic food, an empirical study. So the COVID-19 outbreak led to a dramatic change in the purchase and consumption of organic food. Due to alterations in consumer behavior, so marketers need to understand the change consumer wants for the adoption of their product offers and distribution strategies accordingly. So this paper aims to study the changed behavior of Indian organic food consumers in context of COVID-19 emergence. So objectives of my studies include to study the impact of COVID-19 on shopping behavior of organic food consumers, then to study the impact of demographics, that is gender, age, qualifications, and income on the shift in the shopping behavior of consumers. So customers had to change their shopping habits because they have to stay at home. There is drastic adjustment in customer demand for some product categories. There is undersupplied distribution channels and supply chain issues for some businesses. Fear typically drives consumer purchase intention during the COVID-19. So past studies have identified the following changes in consumer behavior. There is a decrease in the frequency of shopping and increase in the size of the typical basket. Acquiring supplies of non-perishable goods and difficult to find goods, a greater willingness to experiment with direct-to-consumer goods or to shop online at the merchants that offer home delivery. So the following hypotheses are generated from the above discussion. Due to COVID-19, the frequency of purchase of organic food has decreased. Online purchase of organic food has increased. Customers start preferring home delivery of organic food. The quantity of purchase of organic food increased. Preference for packaged organic food increased. And preference for branded organic food has increased. So data is collected by using judgmental sampling from 6 tier 2 cities of Punjab, Haryana, and Chandigarh. 50 respondents from each tier 2 cities were contacted, and we got 300 questionnaires filled, from which 273 were valid. Rest were removed either because they were incomplete or due to some other reasons. The data is analyzed in SPSS software using mean and ANOVA. Chaffee's test of post-hoc analysis was used to check the further differences in mean among the categories. So findings. For the frequency of organic food purchase, the mean for change in frequency of organic food purchase is 2.2015, which means there is a slight decrease in the frequency of organic food purchase. Thus, hypothesis 1 is supported. Results from ANOVA show that there is no significant difference among different demographic categories for the decrease in the frequency of organic food purchase. Then for purchase through internet, online purchases has increased
our hypothesis is supported. Results show that there is no significant difference among different demographic categories for increase in the purchase through internet. So both male, females, youngers, old, and people with different incomes with different qualifications adopted online purchases alike. Then for preferences for home delivery, the mean for change is 4.8338, which means there is an increase in a habit of getting food delivered at home. Thus, hypothesis 3 is also supported. All the respondents, whether male or female, young or old, with different qualifications, prefer home delivery for food alike. There is a significant difference among respondents with different income. So this is significant at 0.049 level. Then greater quantity of purchase. The mean for change in the quantity purchased due to COVID is 3.65, which means there is a slight increase in the quantity of organic food purchases. Thus, hypothesis 4 is also supported. Both males and females, as well as young and old consumers, start purchasing in higher quantities as compared to before. But there is a significant difference among the respondents with different qualifications and respondents with different income. Both are significant. The qualification difference is significant at 0.027, and people with different income are different significantly from each other with a significance level of 0.024. Purchase of packaged organic food. The mean for change in the purchase of packaged organic food due to COVID is 3.7619, which means there is a slight increase in the purchase of packaged products. Hypothesis 5 is also supported. Results from ANOVA showed that there is no significant difference among the different demographic categories. So all the whether gender or qualification or income, no matter, all the consumers change alike. And for purchase of branded organic food, the mean for change is 3.8059, which means there is a slight increase in the purchase of branded products. Then hypothesis 6 is also supported. Again, the results from ANOVA show that there is no significant difference among the various demographic categories studied. Discussion, the results show that the frequency of organic food purchase decreased slightly and quantity purchase increased slightly. We can interpret that consumers' habit of quantity purchase and frequency started shifting to the pre-COVID era. Or we can say that only some customer retains habit and adopted the COVID era, while some resorted to the pre-COVID one. For frequency of purchase, all the consumers show similar behavior. So we can say that age, gender, qualification, and income have no impact on the frequency of purchase, but for the quantity purchase, increase different, it changed differently for different people with the different income. So income is a relevant factor here, which have a significant impact on the change. Then the purchase through internet and home delivery increased during the pandemic. A lot of studies show that the purchase through online increase. So the results are similar to the previous studies. The purchase through internet is adopted by all demographically different groups alike because it becomes a kind of compulsion. Also, the experience gains one helped consumers to take advantage of online purchases forever.
Mandeep, you have 1 minute left.
Yes, sir.
The buzzer is pressed, so you have 1 minute left for your presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. However, the preference for home delivery increased differently for different income groups. This may be because of home delivery includes extra charges and income is an important factor affecting the willingness to purchase. So implications, retailers need to invest in their online selling infrastructure as online purchases are taking place of brick and mortar shops. Customer shopping patterns are also evolving. We need to investigate contemporary customer segments to study the changes. Also, some of these shift identifies will remain forever, while effect of some may fade away with the time. So continuous evaluation of these change will help to identify the change on long-term purchase. Thank you.
Thank you, Harmandeep, for sticking to the time limit and presenting an extensive study. So, Soumya sir, over to you. I'm sure there must be some question waiting.
Nice work, Harmandeep. Just
Thank
one
you,
question.
Yes, sir.
Why organic food?
Sir, organic food is nowadays it is the rise in consumption of organic food in almost every country. First of all, it was limited to developed one, but now in developing countries too, consumption is increasing because it is related to safety, and now consumers started they are conscious about whether their food is safe. There is a fear that they want to stay away from the diseases of from the chemicals which are used, and also Indian government is promoting organic food, even organic farming and organic food consumption. So this is the area which is like of continuously interest, or the academic interest is rising in this topic.
Right. Okay. No further questions. Open to others.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think there is no question from the audience side. So we move on to the next presenter, and it's Dr. Pranav Shekhar. Dr. Pranav Shekhar, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Can you share your screen?
Yes, I can share my screen. Is it visible?
No, it's not visible.
Okay. Not visible. Is this visible, sir?
Now it's visible. So you can
Thank you.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank organizers for giving me this golden opportunity. I am Dr. Pranav Shekhar, Assistant Professor of Department of Economics, RN College, Hajipur. It is a unit of constituent unit of Bhimrao Ambedkar Bihar University. My study is on growing impact of e-commerce and what led to this factor. What led to this factor? The significance of e-commerce has increased much in recent decades. And this increase is attributed to many things: large number of shopping apps, large number of variety, easy to shop from anywhere. So these are the factors which triggered e-commerce expansion in Indian marketing space. But my study is extensively based on what are the factors which led new consumers. For example, elderly people or the people who are not such tech savvy to lead to e-commerce. And I just found a very interesting study of Peacock-Weisman hypothesis. Peacock-Weisman hypothesis, sir, is basically related with public expenditure. How public expenditure increases and what are the factors which lead to the increase in public expenditure. But I have used this model to illustrate my point that how the buying behavior or the expansion of e-commerce has taken place in COVID period. Sir, Peacock-Weisman hypothesis basically consists of three effects. Number one is your displacement effect. Displacement effect happens from any kind of disturbance from a society. So this calamity is a very big disturbance, and it forced people to live with the norms of social distancing. So the people who are not well adapted with mobiles or gadgets also resorted to e-commerce or e-marketing. So this is displacement effect, where a calamity, where a natural disaster, where a famine, where a pandemic can cause us a paradigm shift in your buying behavior. Second is your inspection effect. Inspection effect, sir, tells that even if the pandemic will be over, Even if the pandemic is over, or it will be over in some days, people are not going back to their traditional offline retail shops, because online shopping is quite easy for them. So this is called inspection effect, because people just introspect and inspect that this is very good medium, and we can use it. And third is concentration effect in Peacock-Weisman hypothesis, and where I have tried to show that increase in the concentration of e-commerce as compared to retail outlets or offline shopping. Sir, my methodology is basically based on empirical studies.
आगे वाली है जो तो आगे
What kind of
वाले
disturbance?
रूम में आइए इधर वाले लॉबी वाले
What kind of disturbance is happening in?
I think someone has unmuted herself and can you please mute?
Okay.
Go ahead with your presentation.
So the methodology is basically based on empirical studies. Empirical studies, because everyone has in COVID period has been forced to leave within the doors, and everyone is forced to buy online because we have to follow the norms of social distancing. So the extent of e-commerce has increased. Disadvantages are also attached with e-commerce. For example, many consumers are very hesitant to share their personal information on online shopping apps. Lack of interaction between buyer and seller is the biggest hurdle for e-commerce industry, which they need to address in coming years. And lack of awareness in rural masses. Generally, sir, my study is based on Indian marketing space, and still majority of people live in rural areas. So is e-commerce has expanded to the rural areas to that extent to which it has extended to urban areas? It is a study. Sir, now I am going for findings. My findings is that
Dr. Pranav Sekhar, you have only 1 minute left for your presentation.
Okay, sir. I'm wrapping it up quickly. The key findings is that that pandemic is a calamity for human race and humanity. Many people have lost their lives, but it is an opportunity for e-commerce industry, and e-commerce industry has expanded. We can see the shares of Amazon, Flipkart, Miso, and all online shopping apps has increased. We are conducting this conference on Zoom, and the shares of Zoom has also showed a lot in this pandemic period. Thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. If chairperson has any question for me, he can positively ask.
Thank you, Dr. Pranav Sekhar. Over to you, Swami sir. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we are moving on to our next presenter, and it's Shubha Kirti Chaturvedi, and she will be presenting on CSR and its role in sustainable water resilience. Shubha, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready with my presentation. Just 1 minute, I'm sharing the screen.
Sure.
Are you able to see my screen?
No, so it is not visible.
Just a second. Let me rise it. Is it visible now?
Now it is visible. Yes, you can
Okay,
go ahead.
great. I'm sorry. Good evening, Chairperson. I'm sorry for the little inconvenience. My name is Shubha Kirti Chaturvedi. I am a PhD research scholar at Chanakya National Law University. The topic of my paper is CSR and its role in sustainable water resilience. For the paper research of this paper, I have gone through a lot of literature and a lot of books. I've only included a few in the slide, but there are a lot of other books that I have gone through. One of the most important and the relevant papers were on building a society conducive to the use of corporate social responsibility as a tool to develop disaster resilience with sustainable development as a goal, and interpreted structural modeling approach in Indian context, which was published in 2019 World Water Days report that was talking about top CSR projects in India. It was in the CSR journal, a place-based model for understanding community resilience to the natural disaster, which was a global environment change 2008 paper. The Sevak Ravindra Safe Drinking Water Foundation for Resilient Cities, CSR Mandate Enabling Sustainability, was the most relevant paper actually for 2019. Post 2019, there was a paper which was very important. I felt for the purpose of this paper was there for the it was on development of water resilience strategies in context of climate change and rapid urbanization, a discussion on vulnerability mitigation groundwater for sustainable development, which was in 2020, monitoring the impact of urbanization on glycinia stream physics, chemistry, earth parts, 2006. I took little excerpts from this particular paper because it talked about various percentage changes in the structure of water from time in variation. Though it is not a very new paper, but the material was very relevant for the topic of research. Next paper was Built to Last Successful Habits of Visionary Companies, New York publication, which was in 1994. There are other papers also like Resilience, the Emergence of Perspective of Social Ecological System Analysis, Global Environment Change in 2006, the impact of incongruity between organizations' CSR orientation and employees CSR orientation on employee quality of work. This in 2050, this particular paper was very relevant where I took out content mostly talking about the role of corporations in water resource management and what rehabilitation strategies they have taken to reduce the catastrophic blow that the water streams today are facing, and what all things they expect from the employees. And also when we talk about CSR, we talk about companies. Companies constitute not only of board of directors or particular incorporative bodies, they include of employees. So this particular paper was very interesting when it talked about particular contributions from the employee side. The next paper was Development of Water Resilience Strategy in Context of Climate Change and Rapid Urbanization, which was a 2020 paper. I would go ahead and like to talk about the research methodology. The research methodology here is basically through doctrinal method, and the paper here is a very descriptive, based on descriptive research method. I have used mostly primary and secondary literature coming from secondary sources because online resources are very easy to access for this paper. And I have also gone ahead and taken Chanakya National Law University libraries books to use content to write this paper. The researcher has attempted systematically to examine the effort by the way of collecting data for sustainability and CSR. The time span that has been covered is mostly from 2006 and 2000 to 2022. The objective of study is to examine the need and importance of CSR with legal mandates and develop insight about the concept of CSR. The impact assessment of CSR initiative have also been included in the paper, and analysis on the evolution of trends, basically how water resources were being treated and now how they are treated, how governmental policies have are playing roles, and what are the private bodies playing roles is what is included in the paper content. Now I would go ahead and like to elaborate a little bit about the paper content. It may basically the first few points are going to talk about what CSR basically is. It is during the urbanization of a country or a community, there are companies, they are expected to do some philanthropic work for the betterment or making their contribution towards the environmental sustainability or environmental development. This is basically give and take policy, where if a body incorporate is taking resources from the earth, the body incorporate is expected to give something back. This viability of resources basing on various corporate businesses and their liability to protect and build up environment is something that is covered under corporate social responsibility. Now, furthering this, in India, CSR has been made mandatory in 2013 by Section 130, introduction of Section 135 in the Companies Act. Before this, the concept of CSR is not something that was found in 2013. It was existent on this planet. On globally, companies were dealing with CSR. The only aspect is it has been made mandatory. Though it has been made mandatory, I will go ahead and explain in my finding part. Though it has been made mandatory, companies are trying to evade using a lot of methods to evade their practices of contribution. They are showing a lot of things are done on paper. The next point that was very relevant in the paper is that the number of percentage of people suffering today, that is in 1 in 10 people have lack of access of drinking water. 700 million people are having trouble.
Shubha, you have 1 minute left for your presentation.
Sure. I would like to go ahead and talk about the findings in the paper. The CSR's company's responsibility is a duty that the natural resource to use natural resources that can improve lives of employees, community, country through improved quality of life, economic benefit, and national well-being. This is something that was found. CSR expenditures can foster the building of community. I would like to also mention the rationale of study that was expected to be covered in the PPT. The various rationale studies, whether the CSR initiative are in the lieu of sustainable environmental policies are successfully implemented or not, whether CSR done in furtherance of amendment of Company Act has its positive impact or not, whether substantial work is done regarding environmental sustainability or not in various particular bodies of water, whether or not there is a need and effort to make more changes in the Indian context. In the conclusion part, I've talked about all the national policies that have come up and what all companies are doing and what are the court proceedings that have happened. I would like to submit my paper. If there is any question, I'm open to it.
Thank you, Shubha. Thank you for your presentation. Now for question answer session, sir, over to you now.
Nice, promising paper. It has a lot of promise, Shubha. Only thing is, I think you got a bit lost. Like if you look at your 3 objectives, the first 2 are not required. You can focus only on your 3rd objective.
Okay, sir.
And connect and more focus on the water resilience part that has somewhere got lost. That should be the core thing that you should be looking at. It's not a question per se, it's just observation, just an observation about the paper. It can be a very good paper.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I'd like to incorporate the changes. Thank you.
That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insightful feedback. So now we are moving on to our next presentation, and it's a presentation by Varda Munka.
Yes, sir.
Varda, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Can you share your screen?
Sure, sir. So I'm having some difficulty in sharing the screen.
Your screen is not visible.
Yes, sir. I'm having some difficulty in sharing my screen.
Okay. So Okay,
Uh,
Mr. Movin, can you listen to me?
yes, sir.
Ms. Varda is not able to share her screen.
Yes, sir. We all have sharing rights, sir. Ms. Vada also have sharing right.
Actually, I think there's some issue with my laptop.
Ma'am, have you opened your presentation?
Yeah, it is on my screen.
Okay, then click on share screen button. After that, what will happen?
I know. Can you give me 5 minutes so that I can just sort it out?
That's fine. We are moving on to the next
Excuse
presentation.
me, sir. Excuse me, sir. This is Ajay Yadav. I want to present my paper, Indian International Trade, a study of impact of COVID-19. And after Dr. Pranav, I think it's Professor Tej Singh. I am the scholar of Professor Tej Singh.
Your name is not included in the list, so we'll announce the name later on. So
Yes, sir. Ajay Yadav. My name is Ajay Yadav.
yes, but your name is not
Can
included in the list.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'll wait.
Anyway,
I'll wait.
we are moving on to the next presentation, and it's by Naujivan Hira. Naujivan, are you ready with your presentation? Can you share your screen? Your screen is visible, Naujivan. You can move ahead with your presentation. Unmute yourself. Naujivan, your voice is not coming out. You're not audible. You can start sharing your presentation, your slides. Your voice is not coming out. Can you unmute yourself? There seems to be some problem with her audio. Mr. Movin, she's not able.
Yes, I can see, but I think there's some problem. His mic, she's already unmuted.
Yes.
If you have any other headphones or earphones, you can use it. We are unable to hear you. We can't hear you, ma'am.
I think there seems to be some problem with her audio part. The mic is not working. So we are moving on the next presenter, and Ajay Yadav.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready. I'm ready with my presentation.
Yes. So you can start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Sir, my screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you, sir.
With your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, one and all. I am Ajay Yadav, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Indira Gandhi University, Mirpur, Rewari. And I am presenting my research paper on the topic Indian International Trade, a study of impact of COVID-19. And as we know that the stature of any economy is evaluated by the economic strength. Like we 1 minute, sir. Okay. Like we know that USA is a global superpower, economic superpower, because they have that economic viability in them. They are economically very strong. They have 23 trillion-dollar economy. And why we need so the Indian international trade, or we can say the international trade is an engine of growth for every economy. And why we need international trade? Because not every country is self-reliant in every aspect. We need something from others, like we need energy resources from other countries like Gulf nations. We need something other things to be a self-reliant to meet our daily requirements here, to meet our uh, other requirements. So international trade is a connection between uh, countries all around the world, and that is globalization, we can say. uh, as far as pattern of Indian international trade is concerned, uh, prior independence, Indian international trade is basically focused around the strategic needs of British Empire. But uh, but later on, we know that Indian after independence, India start manufacturing, India start rapid industrialization. So we induce more capital goods, and we induce energy resources. But the main thing we should focus is in Indian international trade, that there is a continuous negative balance of trade. Why? Because our imports are way more than our export. And as far as we are the topic of this paper, we are studying the impact of COVID-19. So the COVID-19 is an unparalleled health economic crisis that we are never seen before. The outbreak of pandemic created a situation of deglobalization across the world. And the international trade contracted so badly, like as I mentioned, the 8% in the year 2022. It's an UNCTAD report. And we can say that after it is the biggest blow as far as economic perspective is concerned, after 1930s Great Depression. Here are some literature reviews and the some findings. Like Hindu rate of growth, I study in many research paper the Hindu rate of growth post independence and up to the 1991, where economic reforms are implemented. India was growing at 2 or 3% average rate of growth. It's called as Hindu rate of growth. And during this period, India induces heavy investment in rapid industrialization, so that our import of technology, import of machinery, import of crude oil, periodic hike in crude oil, these all factors uh, expanding our import and our export are not as good as our import. So the trade balance is, although negative, India faces a regular negative trade balance post independence, except 1 or 2 occasions. As far as we are discussing about the composition and direction, India build the export basket around the manufacturing sectors. India induces many industrial engineering manufacturing goods and in the export basket. But Indian imports, if you see Indian import and Indian export, both baskets are very similar in nature. Like Indian most exported commodity is petroleum products, and also India imported crude oil in huge amounts. So Indian import also revolves around, you can say, energy resources like crude oil. And in as far as destination is concerned, Asian countries, China, they are the emerging trading partners. Like we can say our traditional partner like Soviet Rus, our traditional trade partner. But now USA, Asian countries, China, they are emerging as our new partners. So we can see the recent scenario of international trade, Indian international trade. And we are just, I talk about that USA, UAE are the major export destination, while the China replaces USA as a major import partner. We heavily import from China. As far as we are discussing about the COVID impact on Indian economy, we know that It is an pandemic that we are never seen before. Uh, a, a huge economic downfall because of the COVID pandemic, and it was much different than the previous recession in 2008. World supply is affected so badly and disrupted economic order, and it will take time to become a new normal. And so it is an socio-economic, we can say, this pandemic has social economic impact. This is my research methodology. We can say we have two objectives: to study the impact of COVID pandemic on Indian mercantile trade, to analyze impact of COVID pandemic on composition of Indian mercantile trade.
Mr. Ajay, you have 1 minute left for your presentation.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir. As far as our export and import, so the orange line is belong to the export, the imports, and the blue lines are the export. We can see in March 22, my cursor is on March 22, when the COVID strike, imports are decreasing way faster than our export, and we can see that our trade balance is going up. And in June 2020, the only month where we are experiencing a positive balance of growth of $708 million. Next week we are applied t-test to measure the significant difference between post COVID era and prior COVID era. So we have a mean difference. Post COVID era export are rising, and there is a significant difference. You can see p value 0.008. There is significant difference in the export prior and post COVID period. Similarly, in the import section, there is a no significance difference in prior and post COVID period. You can see the p value is 0.284. When it comes to the composition like mineral and fuel,
Mr. Ajay, your time is over.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Just I want to tell some findings. I want to tell some findings that our export and import are increasing faster in compare to the prior COVID period. Post COVID period, they are increasing faster. Highest fluctuation seen in the export and import of petroleum products. Our major trade commodity petroleum product, and there is the highest fluctuation seen in that commodity. And as I mentioned earlier, that COVID as I mentioned earlier, that India faces the regular trade deficit, except the June, but COVID reduces India's trade deficit up to a certain margin, and after on, exponential rise in imports leads the trade deficit in negatives. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay Yadav. Over to you, Soumya sir. Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so
sir, I think I am ready, Varda.
Okay, so we are moving on to the next presentation. Varda, please share your screen.
So this.
I think it's the screen of Naujeevan.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Naujeevan Hira. I am a research scholar at University Business School, Punjab University, Chandigarh. The topic that I'm going to present is reactive guilt, a scale development of a determinant of donor behavior. Now, reactive guilt is a response to having violated a personal standard of acceptable behavior. It's a negative emotion known to enhance donations. While negative emotions like guilt have been studied in literature with respect to their impact on donations, and scales have been developed on anticipatory guilt as well as existential guilt, but reactive guilt is a construct which has been relatively ignored, and no scale can be found on this particular emotional construct. The objectives and hypotheses are the unavailability of scale on reactive guilt in the context of donations has been the guiding force behind this research study. The following hypotheses were constructed. My first hypothesis is reactive guilt scale has internal consistency in the respondents being sampled. Hypothesis 2, each item of reactive guilt scale has discriminating power. Hypothesis 3, reactive guilt scale is unidimensional in respondent sampled. Hypothesis 4, reactive guilt scale has convergent validity. Hypothesis 5, reactive guilt scale has nomological validity with respect to donor behavior. Now coming to research methodology, firstly, the items for the scale were generated from literature. The literature was reviewed in which various dimensions of construct reactive guilt were identified, which have a potential impact on the behavior of donors. Data were collected from 150 respondents through self-administrated questionnaire using the technique of quota sampling. A self-administrated questionnaire was used for the data collection from respondents. Two scales were assessed, namely reactive guilt and donor behavior. Both the scales were measured on a 7-item Likert scale. Data were collected from a sample of 150 respondents. Quota sampling technique, which was employed to select the respondents. Its target population was respondents in Chandigarh, Panchkula, and SAS Nagar, Mohali, Patiala, and Ludhiana districts of Punjab. Also, the respondents were included of different age, income, and education. Coming to the results, the very first hypothesis, which relates to internal consistency of reactive guilt scale, the internal consistency is measured through coefficient alpha. The value of coefficient alpha obtained for reactive guilt scale is 0.874, which duly falls under the category of generally acceptable limit and is therefore a laudable score. The second hypothesis pertains to discriminating power of reactive guilt scale on donor behavior. In order to check that t-test is being applied on each and every item of the scale, all t-test values are found to be significant at 0.01 level of significance. Thus, each item of the said scale has discriminating power. Third hypothesis pertains to measuring the unidimensionality of reactive guilt scale with respect to donations. For that, all item to total correlations are checked, and to further validate the condition of unidimensionality, all items of scale should load on one factor only after conducting EFA on each one of them. Confirmatory factor analysis is also performed to determine one factor model for reactive guilt scale. The results of exploratory factor analysis exhibit that the KMO values are above 0.8 for the said scale and the percentages of variance exceed 0.6. The value for all the goodness of fit indices are more than 0.9 and RMSEA is less than 0.08 and RMSR is less than 0.5. Hence, scale on reactive guilt is unidimensional in nature. Fourth hypothesis, which relates to convergent validity of reactive guilt scale. For the present scale, the composite reliability obtained is 0.884 and average variance extracted is 0.605. Therefore, the reactive guilt scale has convergent validity. Fifth hypothesis measures the nomological validity of reactive guilt scale on donor behavior of respondents. To test the hypothesis, structural equation modeling is used. The regression weight for reactive guilt scale is found to be significant in the prediction of donor behavior at 0.05 level of significance. Finally, discussing my results, the results of the present study show that reactive guilt scale can be applied to measuring, understanding, and predicting donor behavior. The reactive guilt scale has internal consistency, is reliable and unidimensional, and has convergent discriminant and nomological validity also. It was expected that reactive guilt scale will have an impact on donor behavior, and the results show that it does influence donor behavior. Apart from filling up a significant gap in literature, the present scale would prove its utility for non-profit marketing managers in measuring and assessing donor behavior of respondents. Thank you.
Thank you, Naujeevan, for your presentation and sticking to the time limit. Over to you, Soumya sir. Any questions?
Again, it's not a question, it's more of an observation.
Yes.
Ma'am, you can actually have two papers out here. One
Okay,
is
sir.
the scale, and the
Yes.
second is the effect of reactive guilt on donor behavior.
Okay, sir.
And second, and just another comment is, the scale cannot impact donor behavior. The guilt
Okay.
can impact donor behavior. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Be very right.
So that you have to be bit careful about how you're making a statement.
Yes, sir. It's a very valuable suggestion.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable suggestion. So we are moving on to the next presentation, and it's Varda. Varda Munka, are you ready with your presentation? Your screen is visible, Varda.
Yes, sir.
You can start your presentation.
A very warm evening to everyone. My name is Varda Munka. I'm a research scholar from Chanakya National Law University. And my topic of today's research paper is online retailing and counterfeiting, the role of consumer protection laws. So moving ahead, I would like to present a conceptual framework. We know that the advent of technology and internet has definitely made the lives of humans exponentially easier. The shift from physical retail to online retail has changed the shopping trend among consumers. We have a lot of online websites presence like Amazon, Myntra, Ajio, etc. This has also helped in the economic growth of the country. But these online intermediaries, by online intermediaries, I would like to mean online marketplaces like Amazon, which has opened a lot of scope for a lot of unfair trade practices also in the industry. So today in my research paper, we are going to talk about one such unfair trade practice that is called counterfeiting. So what is just a brief introduction about what counterfeiting is. Counterfeiting are products which appear to be original but are actually not genuine. So basically it means that their manufacturers are not known, and that's why the trust with the consumers are lost. So after COVID-19 has also pushed a lot of consumers to buy products online, and the sellers have got a lot of more opportunities to sell counterfeit products. So over here, counterfeit brands can be of two categories, deceptive and non-deceptive. So non-deceptive are those kind of counterfeit brands where consumers actually go to buy the products. Like for example, the luxury products, the first copy of the luxury product, the consumer themselves go to buy those kind of products. So my research paper focuses on the deceptive kind of counterfeit brands where the consumers buy products and they don't know that they are receiving a fake product. So and under deceptive, there are brand owners and there are consumers. So my research has been focused on from the consumer's perspective and the consumer protection laws which are in India. So a little bit about the consumer protection law. Consumer protection law earlier was 1986, which did not deal with online retailing. So now the whole act has been shifted to Consumer Protection Act 2019, which takes into account the growing e-commerce industry and modern ways of delivering products and services such as internet trading. It has a lot of highlights have been made, a lot of changes have been made, important changes, which is required in the online retailing sector. One such point is deficiency, the scope of the term deficiency, where when the consumers buy products online, the concealing details of the retailers, vendor and e-commerce have a significant effect on the consumer's choice. Second is the inclusion of product liability. The product liability also gives the consumers right to complain about the product maker, product delivery supplier, and the product distributor, including e-commerce platforms. There is also an inclusion of mediation sector, which was not available earlier. In 2019 Consumer Protection Act, mediation has been included as an alternative conflict settlement method to shorten the time it takes for disputes to be resolved and allow parties to discuss and agree without going to the commission. The forum of mediation would save customers time, money, and energy. So coming to the rationale of the study from here, since we have heard that online purchase, we all buy a lot of products online, so we also get a lot of fake products on unknowingly. So this was one of the issues which has been with all of us. Because of this study has been done. And because of the fake products, the low quality products, there has been a lot of health hazards which is happening in us humans. And then consumers are also not aware of their fundamental rights which have been given by the constitutions. The consumers are not even aware from where they should seek the remedies after they are being cheated from the retailers. Now, coming to the objective of the study, my objective of the research paper is how far the consumers of a country, India, are actually protected by the current consumer protection law. Are they protected? And if they are protected, how much they are protected? And to also identify the cases of counterfeit products in online retail marketing. So moving ahead, I have also done a systematic literature review of a lot of journals from secondary resources. So the research methodology which I have adopted in this research paper is secondary data. And this is more of a doctrinal kind of study where I have adopted descriptive research. I have studied a lot of case studies of online shopping websites like Amazon, Meesho, Snapdeal, and a lot of case laws which are related to counterfeit of online retail marketing. The time period which I have mentioned is 2016 to 19. This is especially because I have taken under consideration case laws related to this period, because I have also read about other case laws, but these were the case laws which I found more conclusive towards my topic. And as a researcher, I would there was a limitation, time paucity. Because of the time paucity, I could not do an empirical research on this topic. But yes, further going into this topic, I would really want to do an empirical research and knowing about the consumer's perception and how much they are aware of counterfeit brands in an online retail marketing, and how much they're aware of about their rights.
Vardha, you have 1 minute left for your presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So the findings of my research paper is like there has been an average 20% hike in the number of cases of counterfeits from 2018 to 20. There are top 10 sectors, including currency, FMCG, alcohol, etc. And most vulnerable industries and products include FMCG, currency, and alcohol. Coming to the conclusion from my research paper, I have found out that the new Consumer Protection Act 2019 does give timely justice to the modern consumers and provide successful remedy to the consumers whose rights are violated. But still, I found out that there is a lack of awareness in consumers about the rights they have in the country, and there we really need to run awareness campaigns among consumers so that they know about how they can redress their problems in front of the government. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. This was all from my side.
Thank you, Vardha. Thank you for your presentation. Over to you, Soumya sir. Any questions?
Yeah, I have just again sort of clarification. So,
yes,
Vardha, you are saying that it's mostly deceptive counterfeiting, where the consumer does not know what he or she is getting.
Correct.
So in an online situation, is there a possibility of non-deceptive as well, where the consumer knows?
So probably non-deceptive can be like if anybody in the luxury segment, if they are selling first copy products, like for example, I would like to say that there are several various WhatsApp groups present where people do sell first copy of luxury brands like LV, Gucci, etc. So yes, there are options.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vardha. So we are moving with the last presentation of this technical session, and it's Aroma Modi.
Yes, sir.
Aroma, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Can you share your screen?
Yes, sir.
So go ahead with your presentation.
Just a second, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Aroma Modi from Patna University.
I'm a research scholar, and I would like to thank Amity for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this seminar. Coming over to my topic, customer database marketing and its challenges. Database marketing is the process of building, maintaining, and using customer database to contact, transact, and build customer relationships. A customer database is an organized collection of comprehensive information about customers for marketing purposes. People may often confuse a customer mailing list with a customer database. Actually, a customer mailing list is simply a set of names, addresses, and telephone numbers, whereas a customer database contains much more information accumulated through customer transaction, registration information, telephone queries, cookies, and customer contact. Ideally, a customer database also contains the consumer's past purchases, demographics like age, income, family members, birthdays, psychographics like activities, interests, opinions, and other useful information. These days, savvy companies are capturing information every time a customer comes into contact with their departments. These data are collected by the company's contact center and organized into a data warehouse, where marketers can capture, query, and analyze it to draw inferences about individual customer needs and responses. Coming to the competitive advantage, to gain competitive advantage, companies can use their database in the following ways. To identify prospects, many companies generate sales lead by advertising their products or services. To decide which customers should receive a particular offer, companies are interested in selling, upselling, and cross-selling their products and services. To deepen customer loyalty, companies can build interest and enthusiasm by remembering customer preferences and by sending appropriate gifts, discount coupons, and interesting reading material. To reactivate customer purchases, companies can install automatic mailing programs that send out birthday or anniversary cards and festival shopping reminders. Coming to the problems of database marketing, I would like to say that the first problem is building and maintaining a customer database requires large amount of investment in computer hardware, database software, analytical programs, communication skills, and skilled personnel. The second problem is the difficulty of getting everyone in the company to be customer oriented and to use the available information. The third problem is, another problem is that not all customers want a relationship with the company, and they may resent knowing that the company has collected that much information about them. Thus, the benefits of database marketing do not come without heavy costs, not only collecting the original customer data, but also in maintaining them and mining them. I would like to give some valid suggestions to the companies, that is, implementing customer relationship management before creating a customer strategy. Secondly, rolling out customer relationship management before changing the organization to match. Thirdly, assuming more CRM technology is better. And lastly, and the most important suggestion is that the company should focus on wooing the customers instead of stalking them. Finally, I would like to conclude that customer database marketing companies are in customer database marketing. Companies are becoming skilled, which focuses on developing programs to attract and retain the right customers and meeting the individual needs of those valued customers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vardha. Sir, any questions? Oh, Aroma.
Yes, sir.
Soumya, sir, any questions?
No, I have a question for Aroma. Ma'am, where is the research?
Sir, research is with me, sir.
No, whatever you presented, I could not see any research there.
Actually, sir, my paper is on strategies of marketing of fast-moving consumer goods. And the paper which I presented is just only a part of that research.
Maybe because of that, because it looked like I mean, the research field was not there, so I'm sorry about it.
Actually, I didn't follow the abstract hypothesis and objective performer.
Anyway,
Sorry
that's
for that, sir. I'm
all I
sorry.
had to say. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Aroma. With this, we come to the end of this technical session. And for proposing vote of thanks, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Kunal Srivastava. Yes. Wind up the session.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Soumya sir, for sparing your valuable time. And we are a bit delayed in our schedule, but finally we are done. Thank you so much, Soumya sir, once again for coming here and giving us your insights and helping the participants to better their research endeavors. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Soumya sir, I would like to thank you that you have accepted our invitation at such a short notice. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation.
My pleasure.
To be the session
All
chair.
my pleasure.
Sir, would you like to give any suggestions to all the participants and presenters?
Whatever I had to say, I have already said. So no additional suggestions. Only suggestion is keep doing the good work.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.